Test, 1, 2.
Testing 1, 2, test.
Folks, we're going to get started shortly. If anybody here would like to speak on the school board item, please fill out a yellow form in the back and give it to the clerk. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the August 7th, 2024 City of Pembroke Pines City Commission meeting. Kendall Ellis, Pembroke Pines resident, came in fourth by just a fraction in the 400-meter Olympics today in Paris. Just a fraction off of the another Olympic medal. She won the last time as well, and we can't wait for her to come back and say hello to us. It's just amazing what young people in Pembroke Pines can do. We're very, very proud of Kendall Ellis. So she can't hear us, but let's give her a round. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, if you will, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Good,
I am here.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Rodriguez. Here. Commissioner Schwartz,
Here.
Mayor Castillo.
Here.
City Manager Dodd.
Here.
Torres.
I'm here.
I invite you to stand, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the national anthem. Vice Mayor, would you? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Stripes and bright stars on high.
Thank you very much. Our city clerk has a wonderful voice, and I think she's done a heck of a job, and we thank her very, very much for that. Okay. Announcements of items to be pulled from the agenda?
No items, Mayor.
Okay, presentations. The first presentation today will be
Mayor,
presentation.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I didn't hit the button fast enough. There were items I wanted to pull.
Yes, we're going to get to the consent agenda
Okay.
in a minute. You'll be the first up. Presentations today, the first one is Adam Roberti from the Cotata Foundation and the Broward Sierra Group. If you would please come forward. You got to bring it down, and there's a button there. Oh, it's on.
Where does it push?
You're on. You're on.
I'm on. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Mayor Castillo and the commissioners for inviting us this evening. I'm Leah Weisberg, and I am the chair of the Sierra Club's Broward Group. The Broward Group has over 5,000 members and supporters, and we are here to talk to you about environmental sustainability and how that coordinates with the Cotata Foundation. I am going to introduce you to two of the most amazing junior team members who will then tell you all about tonight's event. First of all, there's Abby Cohn, who likes to call herself Abby, and Annagel Aya, and Adam is from the Cotata Foundation, and that's So
Welcome.
I'm turning it over to them.
How do we open this?
Madam Clerk, do you have the presentation? Did you send it to us in advance by any chance? You didn't?
Yeah, it's like uploaded.
Then we should have it. Yeah, I just want to make sure she can get it up on the screens. Almost there.
And is it possible for us to control the flags from up here?
Madam Clerk?
Okay.
People. They want to control the slot, the presentation from the front. Can you help them? They can't? You just tell us when to click, and Madam Clerk, if you do the honors,
Okay, cool. Can we go to the next slide, please?
okay?
Okay, so my name is Annika, and I'm the chair of the Broward Sierra Group Junior Team. We're a branch of the Broward Sierra Group, and we're a group of high school students who are working to preserve our Broward County environment. And so we have a lot of different high school students from around the county, from all the different schools. And we do a lot of different activities to promote sustainability, whether that's through advocacy, like we're doing here, or outreach, or education. And so in the past, we've done a lot of different cool activities that get these young people involved in environmental activism. We've went to Tallahassee and spoke to different representatives and senators there. We've collected petitions for the right to clean water. We've gotten letters published in different newspapers to basically promote environmental sustainability. We've spoken at commission meetings like this, and we've tabled at a lot of community events and been able to reach thousands of community members across the county. And we've also supported candidates in their campaign through door knocking and phone banking, like Commissioner Rodriguez. And so, yeah, we're super excited to be partnering with the Cortada Foundation, and Abby's going to tell you a little bit more about why we are partnering with them to hopefully promote more climate education in our Broward County schools. Can we go to the next slide, please? Good evening. My name is Abigail Cole. I am the vice chair of the Sierra Group Junior Team. So I would like to start, I would first start off to say that we are very happy and excited to be collaborating with the Cortada Foundation. Our group is tackling a lot of things within the current climate concerns, just as the world is, and we're very excited to be collaborating and having the opportunity to talk about the underwater project with Adam Reverdy. So we are all in the same boat, not only with the conditions of our climate, but we're also in agreement with the underwater project that is currently taking place with the Cortada Foundation. We are looking forward to going to high schools and sharing the mission of the underwater project with schools in collaboration with the Sierra Group. And we are excited to advocate for both sea level rise awareness and the effects of climate change, and trying to initiate a way to establish ways to aid in the process of reversing these effects. So we would like to encourage our generation to take action, and that is our main mission by our collaboration with the Cortada Foundation. By implementing these in the schools, we would like to enhance the localization of our youth and get the students involved in advocacy to understand the real life concerns and issues that are occurring within our world. And essentially through this advocation, we would like to enlighten our students in things that
for example, before initiating my commitment with the Sierra Group, had not known of, for example, the sea level rise that is occurring, that is being expressed through the Cortada Foundation, were things that I never had known before. So I believe implementing this advocacy within the youth will extremely aid in our mission through the Sierra Club. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Abby and Aniga, and thank you, Mayor and Commission, for having us. If we can go to the next slide, and actually you can go to the slide after that. Unfortunately, this is supposed to be a video, but because you have a PDF version of the PowerPoint, it's not going to play. If you go onto our website, you can see a GIF which shows what 6 feet of sea level rise does
we
to
have the
Broward
video?
County.
Do we have?
If you can open the PowerPoint, that would be awesome. If you can't,
We don't have.
that's fine. Imagine that blue. Basically, what is being described here today is that the Cortada Foundation, of which I'm the director, has launched a large-scale, socially engaged art project with Broward County and with Miami-Dade County, all about having the residents of our county and of our cities understand the reality of the situation that we're facing. And when it comes to sea level rise, I really wish you could see this graphic because it's sobering. If we do not stop burning fossil fuels within the next few decades, which right now we are not on track to do, we are likely to see 6 to 7 feet of sea level rise by 2100, which is not that far. 2100 would see Pembroke Pines permanently inundated. That being blue means that like a storm surge or when there's a hurricane or when it rains really bad and there's flooding, that doesn't go away. It just stays like that. And that is what the scientists are projecting. This GIF that you would be seeing comes from NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So this is the science, but most people are not aware of the science. And you all are here as the civic leaders of Pembroke Pines, and it is your moral obligation to help protect the families and people that live here. And so with this information, we need to act responsibly, we need to act accordingly, but that's a very difficult thing if the majority of the people that you govern are not aware that this is the situation, if we are continuing to invest and grow and build as if there is no problem. So what we are here to do is talk about how the community can solve the problem together. And we really need to be educated. We really need to be activated and concerned citizens. So what I'm bringing you today is a mechanism for making that happen. And hopefully you guys see that this is a possible solution. So if you can go to the next slide. I am here as the director of the Cortada Foundation, but most people don't know who Cortada is. Xavier Cortada is a Miami-based artist. Mayor Daniela Levine Cava appointed him to be the first ever artist in residence of Miami-Dade County. He was recently inducted into the State of Florida Artists Hall of Fame. He's the only artist to ever create art at the North Pole and the South Pole, which is him in those pictures. And all of his work is about community engagement and justice, really, at the end of the day, but particularly around the climate crisis. And so if you can go to the next slide, the quick story here, because I know we don't have too much time, is that when he was in Antarctica, he was talking to the scientists, and they were basically explaining to him that the ice that he's standing on, the Antarctic ice, is melting, and it's threatening to drown the only place he has ever called home. Xavier was born in Albany, New York, but he has lived his entire life in Miami. And Miami is in the same situation as Broward is, as Pembroke Pines is, which is that we are very low elevation. And so this ice that he is painting here is melting. And what he did, if you can go to the next slide, is he melted that ice and created a series of Antarctic ice paintings. So this is ice, these are paintings that literally represent the ice that is melting and threatening to drown our homes. If you go to the next slide, you will see how he is not a traditional artist because he didn't want to just take those and put it in a museum for the museum goers to see. He wanted everyday people to understand the situation that we have. So he created something in 2018 called the Underwater Homeowners Association. Yeah, you can laugh. The Underwater HOA had people find their home's elevation with an app. So you can literally just type your address on our website and you find out that your house is at 8 feet above sea level and you put this yard sign in front of your house. And the idea here is that it is weird, it is strange. Why the heck do you have a number 8 in front of your house? What does that mean, right? It's not a for sale sign. It's not a political sign saying vote for somebody. It's this ambiguous number. So it sparks a conversation. Now, if you go to the next slide, which I think that is supposed to be a video as well, you can just move to the 7. He engaged so many different students in Miami in creating these intersection murals. Again, you're driving down the street, that didn't used to be a number 7, it's weird. He made the invisible issue of sea level rise impossible to ignore. He made it visible. So if you go to the next one, you can see one of the next slide. You can see one of the other intersection murals. There was a bunch of those. And so this project grew rapidly in Miami-Dade County. You can continue to go down to the point that now, as the first ever artist in residence of Miami-Dade County, we've partnered with the Parks Department of the county to install sustainable concrete elevation sculptures in every single Miami-Dade County park. So if you go to that, that's number 10 with the QR code. If you go to the next slide, you can see how every single park, almost every single park is going to be receiving one of these sculptures. And if you think about it, these are portals to climate education and engagement, because when you scan that QR code, you come onto the website and you not only learn what your home's elevation is, so it becomes personal, but there are actually action steps. We want you to get in touch with your elected officials to help figure out what the policy change needs to be. We want you to get involved in local organizations. You can go to the next slide. More recently, as in 4 months ago, Broward County funded us to come to 10 different Broward County public schools and create these huge murals across 10 of these schools. If you would just slowly scroll through the next 10 slides, because we went to 5 different middle schools, 5 different high schools. And I am born and raised in Broward County. I'm from Hollywood. I went to Driftwood Middle School. I went to South Broward High School. Driftwood? South, yeah. You can see the work that we did, and we host these huge assemblies with all of these kids. They find out their elevation, they create their yard signs. Pause there for a second, because Silver Trail is yours, I believe, right? Pembroke Pines. So
Yep.
We've already started. You know, the work has already begun in Pembroke Pines. All of these students found their elevations. They brought them home. Their parents are like, "What the heck is this?" Right? It starts the conversation with the parents and the families and the neighbors, and that's how it begins to ripple. You can continue going down through some of these different schools that we've done. I got to do Driftwood and South Broward, which was very exciting for me to go back to my old schools. And yeah, so you can see here on this community climate ambassador slide at the end, sorry, continue, go back up, go above the bus. There you go. At the end of each one of these presentations of these assemblies, we have the students sign up if they want to become community climate ambassadors, which basically just means they want to help advance this project in their neighborhoods. And so they go home, they put the yard sign in front of their house, they share it on Instagram or on TikTok or whatever they want, and that helps it to grow. You can scroll down, you can see how Broward County funded this bus that was driving all around the county. There was Water Matters Day where Xavier, that's in there, was speaking. We hosted a big event at the African American Library and Cultural Center. That was another event that we hosted through the county's funding. That is supposed to be a video on the right there that shows what happens when you scan the QR code and you find your elevation and you go through the whole process. But the idea is that you become engaged. So this is not just an educational campaign. That is the mural that's going to be at Governmental Center parking garage very soon. It's at 4 feet above sea level. And in Fort Lauderdale, Governmental Center is getting a metal sculpture as well, going inside, again, 4 feet above sea level. This project over the past few years has gotten a lot of recognition. It's been in the news. It's picking up steam, which is awesome. We're building a lot of momentum. But at the end of the day, it needs the local communities to invest in it because we are a nonprofit. And so we need the county, for example, who was able to fund it, to find partners and groups that want to continue to advance the mission of it. So at the end there is just my information, but I think the take home here is that hopefully you guys see the value in a project like this, an initiative like this, and how at the end of the day, if you guys want to enact policies that are going to make Pembroke Pines more resilient, you need your constituents to be behind you, and they need to understand why you're spending money the way that you're spending it. And this is a way through art in a creative fashion that you're able to engage, educate, and mobilize people in a way that can protect this place for the decades to come, getting ready for the sea level rise, the saltwater intrusion, the extreme heat, the intensifying hurricanes, all of the things that the climate crisis will bring. And obviously Pembroke Pines is not alone. All of Broward, all of Dade has to deal with this, but those of us who get ahead of it now are going to be most prepared in the years to come. So that is all. I'm going to give you, each of you, a little card that can allow you to find your elevation if you want to find your elevation. Otherwise, you have my contact information, and I'd love to discuss this project with you more and how we can bring it to more schools, parks, etc.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before you leave, I'd like you to meet, Assistant City Manager Christina Sorensen. Okay?
This is one of the elevation cards.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, great presentation. The next presentation is announcement of the winner of the District 2 and District 3 Natalie Belmonte Great Awards for June and July of 2024. And I would ask the commissioners from District 2 and District 3 to join Mr. Stamp.
So I'd like to invite the Simmons family down and the Daniels family. Provide Peter really again. With the families. Daniels, that's District 3, Daniels. District 2. So, Mayor, Commissioners, as we are here every month, we're here for 2 this month since we didn't meet in the month of July. And so this is our Natalie Belmonte Great Yards Award. So we're here to recognize 2 great yards in our community in District 2 and District 3. The Simmons family, they're at 9740 Northwest 3rd. They're the District 2 winner for June. And I just wanted you to take a look at this beautiful yard. And they did a phenomenal job. I drive by this yard almost every time I come to work, and I'm extremely happy. It's in a very visible location, and hopefully people can take note as to what this yard looks like and model it after them. So thank you. Mr. Schwartz?
Check, check. Okay. Congratulations, making us all look good, right? Look at it. So on behalf of this award, Natalie Belmonte was a personal friend of mine. 12 years ago, we started the award. She was a realtor. Before she was a realtor, she worked at the Home Depot, and her passing was very well documented. And our police department did a heck of a job getting that case resolved. But Natalie loved butterflies. And so the first thing I did as newly elected official was bring forward the Natalie Belmonte Award. And I can tell you that every time Mr. Sam and staff goes out and the boards go out and the city goes out, it's just moving to me. So thank you. So the good news is not only do we give you a certificate and we capture this on live TV forever, but you have a Home Depot gift card coming your way.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What an honor. I'm happy to hear that she loved butterflies because it's my happy place where the butterflies and the squirrels and the birds and everyone gets together and can all get along. And thank you very much. It's quite an honor.
So tell us, what's your secret?
That is my place to escape my 17-year-old and my husband to go outside. Sure, and it's very calming. About 8 years ago, I lost my aunt who was like a mother to me, and she was a wonderful gardener. I had no idea I had a green thumb, but that's where I felt close to her. And I started gardening and I loved it, and it just really makes me happy. Yeah, so it's a family affair. My son and my husband, they do the heavy lifting, and we do it as a unit, and it's just really a closeness to our loved one.
So why don't you hold your award, Commissioner Schwartz, and I picture, why don't you give them that? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Big round of applause. Beautiful yard.
So our District 3 award for July is the Daniels family. They're at 16484 Northwest 15th Street. Again, just a phenomenal, beautiful home. And Commissioner Rodriguez?
I just wanted to say these are great. I don't have a front yard, so I always look for inspiration for my future home at some point. But I wanted to ask you guys, if you do it yourself, what is the secret? Where does the green thumb come from?
Thank you. We dedicate this to all 4 grandmothers who taught us to garden. And I'll just agree with Ms. Simmons that I find it very grounding to go out and work with my hand.
Incredible. Thank you so much, and for beautifying the rest of your neighborhood as well with these pretty sites.
Let's take a photo.
So Mayor, Commissioners, as I mention every month when we present these awards, we encourage all of you to nominate great yards. You can go to our webpage, or you can take a little picture of that QR code and nominate a great yard. Our goal is to beautify the community 1 yard at a time, and we look around this to motivate other people to take care of their yards, make great yards. So next month, we'll be back with District 4. Commissioner Hernandez, you're on the clock, and thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Items at the request of the public involved items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up for items at the request of the public?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Commission auditor report.
None, Mayor.
Okay, appeals of the Board of Adjustment decisions.
No, Mayor.
Okay, announcement of board appointments. I am very, very pleased to make the following appointments. Gemma McGuell Lage to the Arts and Culture Advisory Board as an alternate member. Scott Joyner, Economic Development Board as an alternate member. Rebecca Stanton Reinstein, who is here. Wave, there she is. To the Education Advisory Board as an alternate member. Lori Enrique, Diversity and Heritage Advisory Board, alternate member. Heike Browse Nagur, Environmental Advisory Board as an at-large regular member. And I want to congratulate all of them. Are any of them, I know Rebecca's here, if you can come up and say hello. I see another one. Please just line up. So you can say hello. I want to congratulate you all. Advisory board work is so important in the city. Please, at the podium. So important in the city. It is a principal way that we as the city commission get to hear directly from residents. But it's a different sort of perspective because they're involved in a board that's studying issues, whether it's arts and culture or economic development, education, diversity and heritage, environment, all of these issues. And then they come and they give us advice and we listen, we hear it directly from them. And that's a very important thing in Pembroke Pines. So I'd like to give each of you a chance to say hello at the podium.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm really looking forward to this. I'm so excited.
Thank you so very, very much. We're excited to have you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gemma Micheli, and I'm very excited about enhance the culture and bring more art and music, especially to little kids in Pembroke Pines.
Yes, and thank you so very, very much. It's my honor to appoint you and good luck. Thank you. Also, I have a delegation request from the Miramar Pembroke Pines Chamber of Commerce to appoint Annette Alvarez and Mark Liebeskind, Stephen Lombardi and Fabiana Rodriguez to the City of Pembroke Pines Economic Development Board as the Miramar Pembroke Pines Regional Chamber of Commerce appointees. This requires a motion and a second and a majority vote. Does anyone
Mayor?
wish to make that motion?
Mayor, I beg to, I don't want to question what you thought, but the chamber, this has to be publicly announced. They choose their membership. If it's a matter of ratification, I don't recall us ever having this vote on it.
So I asked the city attorney and he said that it required a motion and a second and a vote.
Well, I'll be happy to make the motion, but it's the first time we're doing it. So-
Second.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
for the
so
record, just to cite to the record, there's a section which is in the code.
Okay.
May not have been looked at in the past, but it's section 32.123 sub F, which actually with regard to this type and kind of appointment does require approval. So,
First time, okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do it.
We do it by the book.
Yeah,
Okay. So is there a motion?
I'll motion.
Motion by Commissioner Schwartz.
Second.
Second by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion?
Do good work.
Fantastic. Any from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you, members. I believe Commissioner Schwartz has appointed.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have three. One is a slide over and two appointees.
Okay,
So Dawn Prospect, who is the alternate on the diversity board, she's also our chair, making her a regular member. Our good friend Kennedy Rosario, he's here tonight as the alternate member for the diversity board. And Mr. Rosario, come on down. As he's coming down, a 30-year resident. Most importantly, he has served our community as a law enforcement officer. Thank you so much for your service, sir. And he continues to want to serve our community. Kennedy?
You're on.
I'm on?
You're on.
Yeah, okay. Kennedy Rosario, I'm a longtime resident. I started in your old district with our then Commissioner Ortiz. So I'm been around for quite a while. My background is in law enforcement, specifically, shall we say, my major was organized crime and public corruption. I retired from the Miami-Dade Police Department, and 2 years later, I was asked by the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics to become a special agent with them. As you know, they handle all the investigations that have to do with conflict of interest throughout Miami-Dade Code. So I was happy to be there for about 7 years. Moving forward, I was the past president of Park Place Owners Association, where I got to meet Commissioner Schwartz. And I'm looking forward to be a part of this community along an official nature, even it is an advisory board. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
And Mayor, the third appointment, for whatever reason, the clerk had asked, and I had asked to be on there, it's for the Education Board. And so there was an application that came in back in May. It's probably during the transition period, Deborah. Rosanna Martinez, who's a 20-year resident and in attendance this evening. She's going to come on down. She has 3 school-age children, and she works for the Memorial Healthcare System. Come on down.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am so excited to be joining this advisory board. Pembroke Pines is home to my kids. And I'm looking forward to serving our community. Thank you.
Great to have you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very, very much. Okay, our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 28. Is it? Yes, 1 through 28. Commissioner Hernandez, do you have any polls?
20, 25, 27, and 28, please.
Hold on 1 second, please. Those are 20.
25,
Hernandez, 25.
27,
Hernandez, 27.
and 28.
And 28 Hernandez. Does anyone else have an item to pull?
Number 1.
Number 1 for Commissioner Schwartz. Hold on. Anyone else has an item to pull?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to pull item 7,
Tom, 7,
9,
excuse me, 9,
10,
10,
and 17.
and 17. Are there any other items? I'm hoping there's some items left on the consent agenda. Are there any other items? Does anyone else from the public wish to put a line? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to adopt items 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, and 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 26.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Schwartz. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion on that? Any from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, by your vote, it carries unanimously. Commissioner Schwartz, item number 1.
Let me scroll here. Okay. Number 1, motion to approve the minutes of the Wednesday, May 15, 2024 interim Commissioner District 4 selection and regular commission meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by the Vice Mayor. Commissioner, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have no issues passing the interim, but I'm still waiting on the transcript from administration on an item within the regular commission agenda. So if we can pass the first half and bring the second half back on the 21st.
And which item is that?
It is the item in which I left early.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Commissioner Schwartz, what he said.
That's okay. I was looking for the transcript on the item that we were on back in May 15th.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
The commissioner did ask for a transcript of it. However, the city attorney advised me that in order to get a verbatim transcript, it needs to be done at the meeting when it occurs.
But I wasn't here to request it.
It's on video.
Okay, so we have a workaround. It will be on the next commission meeting. Okay, so I would like to bifurcate the minutes so I can approve the interim and vote no on the regular minutes.
I'm not following what you're.
I'd like to split the item. I'd like to approve the interim.
But the item is all of the minutes for that
I'd like
day.
to bifurcate it, Mayor. That's what I'm asking. A
Do
motion
you
to
want to bring,
bifurcate.
so you want to bring the minutes for one item back at
Yeah.
a future commission meeting for
For
adoption?
adoption,
And
yeah.
that item is number,
That would be the board appointment for the planning and zoning board.
okay. Is there any objection to that? And he'll bring it back under commission item?
That, yes, I'll bring it back
Okay,
on the.
he'll bring it back under commission item. Any objection? Any from the public? Seeing none, that's part of the motion. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Commissioner, Vice Mayor, item number 7.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this will actually make you happy. I'd like to actually see if we can join 7, 9, and 17. I have the same question for all 3 of those items.
Unless there's an objection, we will join item 7, 9, and 10.
17.
Excuse me, not 10.
Right.
7, 9, and 17 under one vote. City Attorney, do you have any objection?
No, Mr. Mayor, I confer with the vice mayor on the subject, and all 3 can be joined. He has a comment and a notation for the record, and which I'm happy to respond to should he inquire.
You will need to read all 3, though.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor, you're recognized. You'll need to read all 3.
I have to read all 3?
Yes.
The speed reader attorney can't read all 3?
Mr. City Attorney?
Be happy to help if I can, Mr. Mayor.
Want to jump in?
With the vice mayor's permission, may I proceed?
Please.
Thank you. Item number 7 is a motion to accept the 7525 matching Florida Department of Health State EMS grant number M2451 in the amount of $10,136,88 and $3,378,96 to be used for the purchase of 18 CPR2 meters devices. That's number 7. Number 9 for the record, as made motion by the vice mayor, is a motion to accept the 7525 matching Florida Department of Health State EMS grant number M2449 in the amount of $13,984,36 and $4,661.45 to be used for the purchase of one Lucas, that's LUCAS 3 chest compression device. And last but not least is item number 17, also part of the vice mayor's motion, which is a motion to accept the 7525 matching Florida Department of Health State EMS grant number M2450 in the amount of $22,832.97. Also a split of $7,610.99 to be used for the purchase of 2 Expedition, that's XPEDITION powered share devices. That's the numbers for the record, Mayor and Commission, 7, 9, and 17. Back to the mayor. Thank you.
7917, you recognized, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to ask for a bit of clarification on how this item is being presented to us. There seems to be a little bit of a conflict language that's within the narrative, and the conflict seems to be with the preamble. Can the city attorney assist me with, is this being presented to us in an appropriate way?
May I respond, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. To the Vice Mayor through the Chair, the question is whether or not the language in the printed agenda is consistent with the reality of what actually occurred. The phraseology in these three items, number 7, 9, and 17, makes reference to acceptance, the better legal term, and the characterization of what actually happened is a ratification of what already happened. So to the extent that you are comfortable with the presentation of our professional staff or fire chief and others, the correct motion would be, for the record, a motion to ratify all three as opposed to accept. It's been accepted. They will ratify, they will notify you on the record what they did and how they got there, but the actual legal term to get to the answer is a motion for ratification. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. So, Mr. Mayor, I agree to all these items. I don't have any issue with them. But I do wanted to point out that I'd like to make an amendment that we accept these items as a ratification of the city manager's approval, not as our acceptance in the absence of any executed document. So the city manager has already executed these documents. So I'd like to amend it to be a ratification.
Any objection? City Manager?
No objection.
City Attorney?
No, sir.
Any on the dais? Any in the public? No one objects.
So
So did
now,
I get a second on the amendment? Then we can.
So is there a second on the amendment?
Second on the amendment.
thank you. And Mayor, they're being considered in bulk, all three together or joined for
Yes.
for ratification.
So there'll be one vote for three items.
Thank you, Mayor.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? These items carry unanimously. Vice Mayor, item 10.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So item 10 is motion to approve the negotiated agreement with RSM US LLP pursuant to the award of RFQ number FN-24-01, independent audit services for an initial 5-year period and an amount not to exceed $863,800.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hernandez, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the initial 5-year period, I'm okay with. It's when we have additional years that are allowed on this contract. So it's actually a 5-year contract with two-year renewals. And I thought that this, when we do auditing for our city, that there's sort of a rule where every 5 years we change the auditor, which is why we went through this bid process. So can somebody explain that to me?
Mr. Mayor, I can answer one aspect of the question, which is that the process that you went through is provided for by state statute. Statute was changed some number of years ago to require a complete review based upon statute itself, which compares information and data, requires a committee, requires a chairman, requires all number of things. So the process of how you engaged accountants and CPAs in the past was not consistent with the statute because the statute is new. That being said, the city created the committee. I believe that Commissioner Schwartz was on that committee, was the chair, as appointed by the commission. And to the extent that the committee met, followed the statute, made the recommendation. That is the recommendation given from the staff and the committee to the commission for approval of this outside auditing firm's contract. As to the issue of the 5-year policy, that's an issue for the commission to decide.
What does that mean? What does that mean, city attorney? It's up to us to decide.
If I may respond, to the extent of the policy of how long you want to provide for the contract to run, that's a decision the commission can decide.
I apologize, Mayor. I didn't mean to step on the vice mayor. So, the committee inquired about that,
Yes.
and we followed the guidance of your office.
You did.
Has anything changed?
No, sir.
So in the bid, it was a 5-year deal. That means there's no out. It's 5 years. Is that still the same legal
I
interpretation?
respond, Mr. Mayor, that's legally correct. It's a 5-year transaction.
Okay, so,
with options.
okay, so, as chair, I inquired about, whether, the bid could be, less than what was advertised. This is a specific statute in state law that doesn't allow any flexibility.
Right.
So, 5 years is 5 years. To the vice mayor.
So meaning that the additional 4-year term that is associated with this contract should then be removed. Is that what you're making reference to or no?
I don't want to speak for the
No,
state.
the additional 4-year term is not
Optional.
automatic. We'd have to grant it based on
Optional.
performance.
I'm sorry, city attorney again.
For the record, the answer is that the additional or extended terms are not required. They're optional.
Right.
Correct.
That's
They're
an
not
option.
mandatory.
So it may help me if I just ask a quick question. What, our last audit firm, how long did we have them before we went out to bid?
It was a while. They were great. Do you
Yeah.
remember, Charlie? I think it was well over 10 years.
Yeah,
They
well
were-
over 10 years.
They were fantastic, and then it got to the point where the statute required us to change. If it wasn't for a requirement, I think that this commission would probably still have them as our auditors of
Mayor?
record. They were just terrific.
Mayor,
Yes,
we were required to go out to bid and our current auditor, didn't submit.
oh, well, I don't think he was allowed to.
No, he was allowed to. There was an internal, change in
The firm?
staffing.
Oh,
And, the person out the door who was required to push the button to submit, left them hanging out there in the wind.
well, look at that.
So, they never actually submitted because, a staff member didn't push the button.
That I didn't know. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I'm done with my questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? Item 10.
Just for clarification, once we go with this, it's 5 years, and then they would come as we do with the other ones. Do we want to extend another year?
Correct.
Okay.
So at that point, you could either go out to RFP or extend the agreement or do something else.
And
You have all
Mayor,
those options.
Yeah, Mayor, if I could, so the committee, and it was a great committee. We had the 5 years, and then the additional years, we asked all the applicants to submit their best offer as if, what would it be? This way staff has a look back to see where they're gonna be when this comes up 5 years from now, as far as kind of like a litmus test. Also, upon the passage of this item, my committee is officially deemed closed, and the self-imposed cone of silence also ends along with the sunshine law. So I'm looking forward to seeing this thing pass so we can move on.
Okay, no, anything further on this?
If I can, just for the record, the statute to which the commissioner refers and which I refer to is in section 218.391 of the Florida statutes, which is adopted some recent number of years ago, but it is compelling and required and was fulfilled by the committee and by the commission taking action this evening. Thank you.
Okay, anything further on this item? Any from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor of item 10, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? By your action, item 10 is adopted unanimously. The next item is item 17, if passed. The next item is item 20. Now, before Commissioner Hernandez reads this item into the agenda, we have several contracts before us from the Broward County School District. One of them, item 28, I believe it is a 2-year SRO agreement going forward for school resource officers. However, item 20 and 27 have to do with paying us for work we already did, one for the entirety of last year and the other one for summer school. So I don't want anyone to confuse this. And why do I bring that up? I have 11 yellow sheets here. These are the only 11 names that I'm going to be able to call. Some of you asked to speak on item 20. and some of you asked to speak on item 28. Did you all wish to speak on item 28? Or do you want to talk to us about getting paid for summer school? I'm thinking you want to talk to us about item 28.
Pretty sure it's 28.
Okay. Okay, so then, that being done, Commissioner Hernandez, you are recognized on item 20.
I really have to read all of these?
Yes, you do.
Lordy. All right, folks. Motion to approve the school resource officer SRO agreement between the city of Pembroke Pines and the school board of Broward County for the 2023-2024 school year.
Is there a second to the item?
Second.
Second by the vice mayor. So
Thank you.
this item again is to pay us for last year's provision of SRO services, Mr. Manager?
That is correct.
Okay,
So, could I ask a question, sir?
absolutely.
Okay. I just want to clarify, because we are being paid according to bullet point number 4, the one-year SRO agreement between the city of Pembroke Pines and the school board of Broward County calls for the city of Pembroke Pines to be reimbursed for 16 SRO officers for a total of $1,730,400 for the fiscal year 2023-2024. That's accurate, Mr. Manager?
16 officers.
That is accurate,
Now-
the dollar amount there.
The question that I have is, when does that money come in? It is contingent upon our approval, but standard wise, when does that money?
It's
Arrive in the
contingent,
city.
it's contingent upon your approval, and then we need to submit 10 monthly invoices to get reimbursed
At
Okay.
once,
at once.
all at once.
Mr. Manager, I have another question. The term of the agreement commenced on August 14, 2023 and concluded on August 31, 2024. Could you explain why that is?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, the what?
It's point 3. Point 3 is one-year agreement provided reimbursement for the period from August 14, 2023 through August 31, 2024. Could you explain why we went, what is this part of? Is this part of a larger package of negotiations with Broward County Public Schools?
Yes, the commission basically instructed us to resolve the 1 year that they owed us. We did send an invoice to the school district, and they responded and indicated on how we had to bill it to the school district. And this was the format that they provided to us.
Is this for all 16 SROs that worked from August 14, 2023, to August 31, 2024, that were Pembroke Pines police officers in all of our elementary, middle, and high schools?
Yes, it is.
I wanted to, I don't put these items together, obviously, but I think it's critical to state, and that's why I pulled it. It was on consent, which I don't agree with it being on consent, but I think it's critical to say that this commission, I don't believe I was a commissioner at the time when I directed. I think that's when the seat was vacant after the mayor assumed the mayorship, but that this commission directed the city manager to negotiate this, and this is a product of that negotiation, and we are being paid what I assume is the full amount that we have invoiced them.
No, sir.
No. Okay, correct me.
So let me correct. Prior to item 28, the school district of Broward County presented this government with a one-year contract. Speaking to the mic. I'm sorry. Presented this city with a one-year contract for SRO services. And every time they presented us a contract on a yearly basis, the commission had an opportunity to talk about the amount of money that we weren't collecting and had an opportunity to meet with the school district staff. And sometimes they would give us a little bit more money and sometimes they wouldn't. But ultimately, the city would have to agree on how much, on the SRO reimbursement that we were granted. And so my understanding, Mr. Dodge, is that this contract reflects that amount of money to which the city of Pembroke Pines had already previously agreed.
This amount of money reflects what was part of the original 3-year agreement, and it was bifurcated. But the amount that we're getting reimbursed is roughly 1.7 million.
but it is still up over 600,000 less than what our.
So it's
actual cost is.
$600,000 less than our cost.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. Now, Mr. Manager, what does the city do with a $600,000 loss?
Well, we have to find the funds to cover our costs because our SROs were paid for that full year.
Okay. I am okay with the responses to 20, unless any other commissioner has something to say.
Anything else on item 20?
I'd like,
Vice Mayor?
I'd like to weigh in, Mayor.
Yes, okay. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, Commissioner Hannah Hernandez actually brought up an interesting thought in that questioning line of his. So, you know, we didn't enter into this agreement. That means that that the city, well, let me start off. How does the school board of Broward County pay a municipality for their SRO officers? Is it the city issues an invoice, or do they just automatically send payment? I just don't. What is that?
In
How does that
prior,
payment
in
happen?
prior years, we always received it in one payment several months after the end of the school year. We did submit an invoice to the school district, and they indicated to us that we had to submit the invoices by month. So we would submit the 10 invoices all at one time.
Okay, so essentially so we would send an invoice, we would get paid, but because we did not execute this contract, we did not send an invoice. Is that correct then?
No, we didn't get the actual agreement till almost
we didn't
the
get the
school year
agreement.
was over.
But the question is, do we ever invoice for that fiscal year?
We did. We sent them an
We sent them a
invoice,
bill.
and this was the response that because the city did not agree to the 3-year contract and deferred the item, we then did send a bill for the full year. Their response was this 1-year agreement, and we had to submit, I believe it was 10 invoices to cover for the year.
And the bill that we sent them was our full cost or the amount that they were willing to pay us?
We sent them a bill, I believe, for what the contract stated.
Okay. The other thing I just wanted to get clarification. I don't know that the city manager is the one that actually, you didn't participate in negotiation in this contract, did you? I'm talking about the original contract.
No, that was a combination of the Police Chiefs Association. I believe the Broward League of Cities was involved in the negotiations, and there was a representative from the City Managers Association.
I hasten to add, we never gave any of those groups any license or invitation to negotiate on our behalf.
Mayor,
The
I have a,
question is.
go ahead. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Hold the floor, just.
Yeah, go ahead.
One more question. And I appreciate that. The question I have is that the Chief Association of, the city of Pembroke Pines is a participant of the Chief Association. And the question is, did the Chief of Pembroke Pines participate in that negotiation?
It was my understanding that yes, our chief did participate with his association, but they had representatives that met independently as a group. Same way with the city manager.
Did he support did he vote in favor of the amount that was proffered?
He did, it was the prior chief. He advised me, no, he did not.
He voted
in
against.
favor. He did reject the amount, as well as other police chiefs, as well as other city managers. I don't know what the position was of the Broward League of Cities.
Okay, so his representation there was not on behalf of the city of Pembroke Pines. It was on his behalf as a chief.
As administrators from each city who had involvement, they gave their input, and they were seeking additional funding.
No, what I'm saying is they were never officially designated as negotiators on behalf of their cities for that purpose.
No, they were not.
Okay. Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you. Mayor and I have the most time on this issue. I'd like to just bring my colleagues up to speed on a letter that I wrote at the time to Board Member Murray. I invited her to the August 7th meeting for the 13-14 budget. No, August 7th, 2013, 11 years ago tonight. I invited Member Murray to come and cover the cost of SROs. Runcie said no. At the time, Mayor, a few months prior, we had made the courageous step of placing an SRO in every single Pembroke Pines school as a result of Sandy Hook.
Right.
Chief Dan Justino, who's in the room tonight, I want to thank you again, sir, for that phone call that evening. It was a horrific national tragedy, but we stepped up and we did the right thing. So for the last 11 years, the city of Pembroke Pines has taken money out of its general funds to help assist protecting children.
Whoa, 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 whoa. This
Yep,
isn't a talk
yep,
show.
yep,
Hold
yep.
on, hold on, hold on now.
So
Hold
look,
on,
yeah.
hold on, hold on. Easy,
Yeah. So,
easy, easy.
so
This isn't a talk show.
Yeah.
There will be none of that here. Okay?
So-
Sorry.
so
Excuse me. Hate to be the Grinch, but I have a role to play here. There will be none of that. Okay? You will have a chance to speak.
Yeah.
Commissioners will have a
Thank you.
chance to speak, and there will be decorum here. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. So in December of 13, the mayor and I joined the rest of my colleagues in the unanimous decision to take $148,000 out of the general fund in the 13-14 budget to place SROs in every single school. So the reason why you're here tonight is because of the decision that we made 11 years ago. That being said, the Chiefs Association wanted $160,000. That was my understanding, it was their number that they wanted the school board to pay, but the school board said no. They're going to be at 103. Mayor, I reached out to our delegate, former Vice Mayor Ira Seipel, and she has no recollection of a Broward League interaction with respect to coming up with 103,000. Yet, I spent the summer break going through the Broward County School Board's minutes and agendas, and I deep dived down into their ARFs, and this is what I found. Yeah, the backups. This is what I found. I found that as chair, Tori Alston made the motion to increase pay by 75%. The board went back and forth with respect to the number. For the majority of it was 8-0, and that was a 6-2, but that's where the 103,000 came up with. Here's what's interesting about this item here. This item says that we have to say yes in order to be paid.
Right.
So that means for the last 15 months, we've been operating without a contract with the school board of Broward County.
That's correct.
I don't want a threat of next week's school year to say that we have to have a decision right now because we've been operating without an agreement for more than a year. So what I would call that is a handshake deal. Next.
No,
We
sir.
have-
It's
we
not-
have-
but I
we-
I hate to interrupt you.
Yeah.
It's not a handshake deal. This is a legal contract
Certainly.
tendered to us for payment, for back payment during the year during which we did not have.
Absolutely, but
There were no shaking of hands on this.
it's a legal term, right?
There were
City Attorney?
shaking of heads on this,
City
but
Attorney,
no shaking of hands.
City Attorney, please clarify. We had this discussion about the legal handshake of moving forward, even though we don't have a ratified contract. Because the Broward County School Board, the board itself approved what's in front of us, April of 2023. The chair, Aladef, signed it in May of 2023. 2023. We saw it in 2024, 1 year later. Now, why it took the Broward County School Board Administration 12 months to bring it to our city manager's desk to place it on the agenda, I still don't have an answer there. But this was approved by the board a year ago, May 2023. Now, the good news is what was presented to us when it was deferred by us was an escalator, 103 for the first year, approximately $108,000 in year two, and approximately 114, 13, something like that, or 18 in year three. There was an escalator, there was a ramp up. Why? Because the Broward County School Board Administration is working on some financial restructuring, allowing them to pay more. So if we go back to the $148,000 that we kicked in 11 years ago, and now this contract, we're at a deficit of 600, and I want to round it now, 611,000. Okay, it was 610,848, so I'm rounding it to 611. If we take $611,000, divide that by every resident, according to our census, 178,000 people, that gets $3.43 for the entire year per resident in Pembroke Pines. If we divide that by 12 months, that's 28.5 cents a month. And if we divide it by weeks and by days, it equals 1 penny per resident to protect our children. That is an investment I'm willing to do over and over and over again. That being said, I believe the city of Pembroke Pines has a tremendous opportunity to rise the water, rise the tide, and make sure that law enforcement gets paid what they should be paid in the entire state of Florida. One of the things that we have a great opportunity to do, and we've done it with LAP agreements with other government agencies, where we front the money and they pay us back. I would love to have an opportunity to sit with the school board and say, you know what, when we go to Tallahassee, arm in arm with you and the other 66 counties, to ask Tallahassee, you know what, we want law enforcement in elementary schools and middle schools and high schools. The Guardian program, for what it is, it works for some communities, it doesn't work in Pembroke Pines. The fact is that we have a tremendous opportunity. We have school board members who I've spoken with who agree with our position, that they want to pay us 100% of our cost. The issue is we can't be short-sighted. This is a longer game. The school board of Broward County right now has challenges even meeting the MSD law requirements within our own community.
Commissioner, we have
I
three,
won't get-
we have three
I won't
items
get- I
on the
won't get
agenda,
off-
and we're only talking about last year.
We're,
You're starting to stray into 28.
okay, we are 1 penny. This is what it comes down to, 1 penny. So when we get to 28, now we're talking about a half a penny. But that being said, Mayor, what we don't have the option for, city attorney and I have been going back and forth for days. It appears that this was bifurcated by the school board administration. What was presented to us in May, Vice Mayor, was approved by the Broward County School Board.
Right.
What's in front of us tonight wasn't approved by them. They haven't even seen it yet. That concerns me big time, because now we have a switcheroo by the administration because the school board has not weighed in on this yet. Now, the school board members I've spoken to and who've called me, they said, Commissioner Schwartz, you want SROs in your schools, and we want to keep SROs in your schools, and we just don't have the funds to pay you, but if you join us and work with us, we will get there together. And I want to do that, Mayor. I want to stand arm in arm with the Broward County School Board to get the money raised, okay? That being said, what we don't have an option is going back to May, because the administration took it off the board. I attempted, and you can ask for the, I had an item prepared, and I could not put it on for reconsideration because the administration of Broward County School Board pulled it off the table.
Right.
So now what we have, honestly, yeah, we need to be reimbursed. I get that on one, but item 28, it is way premature on that one.
Let's get to item 28 when we get to item 28.
Mayor, I
Right now,
just
we're on
wanted-
item 20.
Yeah,
And there'll be plenty to say
That's
about,
pretty much, I'll weigh in on 28, but basically, Commissioner Hernandez, It's costing us 1 penny per
Yeah,
resident
I
per day.
understand that. That's item 28. Let's stick
No,
to
no,
item
that's
20.
this one. That's this one here, the 610.
Well, the point that I was trying to make,
Yes, sir.
and I think I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Schwartz and everyone has basically said is, to his point, to, I believe, the mayor, where he's getting at is, we have been providing SRO services in all of our schools at a deficit and are just now being repaid $1.734 million for the services that we provided in the last year from August 23 to August 24. And that is one point that I wanted to raise. The other, before everyone started speaking and chimed in, I should have said it's my fault. I just don't think that's a way to do business. If we do not designate an individual on any organization, Broward League of Cities or anywhere else, why the hell are they negotiating on our behalf?
We'll get to that on 28.
And this isn't on the city of Pembroke Pines.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
A
anything
lot
else?
of, it's, one point, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor,
sir.
that is, if you want to talk about getting together with the school board, how on earth are they calling that regular business?
Well, it's not the school board who did that.
Okay, one at a time, please.
What I was saying was, we have heard and read that the school board has negotiated with the Broward County League of Cities.
Mhm.
As I understand it, and that's why I'm asking these questions, from the manager, from our city attorney, from anybody up here, did any representative on the Broward County League of Cities have authority to sign off on the rate that we pay our SROs?
No.
Okay, given that, my next logical question is, why do we have to accept what others have negotiated on behalf of the city? Because listen,
We don't.
Broward County is 31 cities. Not all are created equal. We are the second most populous city. There are cities in this county that do not have schools.
Right.
Why are they involved in the negotiation?
Right.
I just don't think that's the way to do business. That's why I brought it up. I appreciate the history, Commissioner Schwartz, I really do. I appreciate what everyone has said, but it's not on the city of Pembroke Pines. That's not how you do business. I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
I'm
Thank
done.
you. Thank you, Commissioner, and I'm going to hold my comments for when we get to the item that it pertains to, which is item 28. Anything further on item 20? We've already had a motion and a second. Any from the public? Seeing none. All those in favor of item 20, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Show that motion carries unanimously.
I have a question for the city attorney.
Okay?
City attorney,
Yes, sir.
this is an invoice that was owed. We didn't agree for services. We're just agreeing that they need to pay these services that have already been rendered. This is not this was not I guess a throwback to, we agreed to have SROs in the school.
No.
This is just an invoice that we need to collect our money from.
May I respond, Mayor?
Yes.
This is for past services rendered. The service has been provided at the expense of the city of Pembroke Pines. This is a reimbursement under the contract. It's for full payment under the contract terms. The amount that's being invoiced is the amount that was contracted for. So that amount will be paid based on the invoices. They've asked for X number of invoices to support the payment.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm still trying to figure out why it took.
Because they didn't present us with a contract, the kids were in school and we went to protect them, that's why. And that's what the city does. And so we had to front the money from our savings in order to make sure that the police officers were paid, because we couldn't collect, because the contract wasn't in place, because they were busy negotiating a contract with individuals that we didn't designate to be our negotiators. Okay? So that's the scenario. Let's get to item 25. Commissioner Hernandez.
Motion to approve the school resource officer summer school agreement between the city of Pembroke Pines and the school board of Broward County for the 2024 school year.
Now, this is summer school. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and Vice Mayor, thank you so much. I want clarification from the administration for the benefit of the public. I obviously can read the agenda item. How much did we invoice the Broward County Public School District and how much are we being paid? Contingent on the approval of this item, obviously.
Regarding.
Yes, sir. going off, I'm sorry. Regarding the summer school, it's about making the city whole. And this is a contract we've done every year for summer school for a couple schools.
Mr. Dodge, in the backup, the city expended $1,226.40 on a deficit. That was a subsidy for the summer school.
Commissioner, I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm sorry.
1226, $1,226 for summer school. The taxpayers, 178,000 residents, contributed $1,226 for summer school protection.
Where is that number from?
That's
Because
in
I'm
the
looking on.
It's in the backup. It's under.
Mr. Mayor, I'm
Finan-
having a
financial
little
impact.
difficulty with Commissioner Schwartz's math.
Okay.
We can't collect a penny from each resident. All of these funds come out of the general fund, and it's tied into the ad valorem. And as you know, we have residents in the city that pay zero. We have residents that pay quite a bit. We have a median. So it's not just simple to say it represents a penny. You can say that, but if you're going to fund it through ad valorem, and that's the only way, it would vary based upon a person's assessed value of their home.
Certainly, Mr. Dodge, we can certainly have that metaphoric back and forth. But if I asked the resident, are they willing to spend 25 cents to keep an officer in a school, they would say yes. Okay, we're down to a penny. So even if you pull out the folks who aren't paying taxes, we still don't get to this ginormous amount of money for the past 11 years keeping the community safe.
So I'm a little confused because I'm looking on page 2 of that item. Bullet point number 5 says the total cost of the city is 16,000. This is just for summer school to be
That's
correct.
it.
16,000, and then the school board paid us 17,000. So the negative is actually in benefit of us.
I stand corrected, you're right. We made money on that one. Yeah.
Okay.
So my point, can I take the floor back, or are you still speaking, Commissioner Rodriguez?
No, go ahead. I just wanted to clarify that it wasn't, we were subsidizing, we actually were made whole. That's
We
why
were
number
made
5
whole on that one.
says $0.
So.
And this was my question to you, Mr. Manager. Which schools or how many schools in the city of Pembroke Pines did we provide this service?
That's Flanagan.
There are 2 schools that have summer programs that are being provided.
Okay. I wanted that to be on the record that they're paying and making us whole for summer. If they could only extend that to the actual school year. I'm done, Mr. Mayor. I know it's been motioned and seconded, so it's your call.
So I have a question. So Mr. Dodge, the SROs at the summer school, they had to be part-timers, right?
Well, it's just a 4-week program.
So it's a 4-week program, but I mean, at the rate of pay, they had to be part-timers, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So there's a different rate of pay for a part-time SRO than there is for a full-time SRO. And just so happens that in this 4-week period, there was an additional $1,000. But there's a big difference between the two. And the problem is that we can't find enough part-time SROs. People don't want to be SROs at all. And they don't want to be police officers at all, nearly to the extent that used to be the case. And that's horrifying. But that is the reality that that's the world that we live in now. And somehow we have to find a way. And I know that both police departments present here are having that challenge. And we all have to figure it out. Anything further on summer school? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Okay. The next item is item 27.
Do I proceed to read it?
You pulled it.
Yeah, no, I'm just making sure I'm not stepping in. Motion to approve the 2018 referendum settlement agreement between the School Board of Broward County and the City of Pembroke Pines Charter Schools.
Second.
Motion and second. Commissioner Hernandez, you're recognized.
So my question, Mr. Dodge, for the benefit of the public, how much is that settlement and why did we need to settle based on the 2018 referendum here in Broward County?
For many years, our city challenged Broward County schools in their methodology of reimbursing us based on those referendum dollars. And as you know, all of our residents through their taxes paid for it.
And the Broward School District decided not to reimburse charter schools as whole. There was a lawsuit filed by several charter schools, and the courts agreed. And this money goes back for several years. And that amount of money is owed to the city, which should have always been our fair share.
But to make clear, because oftentimes residents ask about charters, we're referring to the charters that are municipally operated, meaning we in the city of Pembroke Pines operate these schools. We're not referring to privately run and managed charter schools within our city.
Actually, Commissioner, the settlement applied to all charter schools.
Yeah, it applied to all, but what I'm looking at.
What's in front of us now?
This item
in front
just
of us?
refers to us in the settlement with the city of Pembroke Pines.
I saw the number, but for the record, could you,
It's around 13 million.
I believe it's $13.6 million
13.6.
principal and interest due over the next 3 years to the city of Pembroke Pines.
Right.
In other words, we were getting shortchanged.
That's correct.
Okay. You seconded it, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's your call, Mayor.
Mayor,
Anything further?
yes, Mayor.
Commissioner Schwartz and then Commissioner Hernandez.
City Attorney,
Commissioner Rodriguez.
City Attorney, the city of Pembroke Pines, we were not plaintiffs in that litigation. Is that correct?
May I respond, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
The answer is the city of Pembroke Pines was not a plaintiff in that litigation. We were in other matters that the city challenged some years before, but not this one.
Right. So the settlement was a result of other people's work. We did not use any public funds to sue the school board to be made whole. This
May I
was
respond, Mayor? No public funds, no legal fees accustomed to our office or otherwise was expended on behalf of the city for this process, correct?
And in lieu of a lump sum payout, it was agreed that it'll be over a 3-year period. Is that correct?
Through remediation, that's correct.
And that's so that we could be responsible government and work with our colleagues that have other responsibilities. Is that correct?
That's part of the conversation
you.
that occurred here. Yes, sir.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor.
I have a question on where that money goes. I am going to assume that it goes solely to charter school expenses.
The question is this money only for charter schools?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
We can't just, to put it out there, we cannot use this for city
It's
funds.
not general fund. This is
Been a lockbox.
stays in the charter school funds.
Been a lockbox. Remember the days of lockbox? Those are good days.
That may have been before our time for some of us, but.
Wasn't before my time, buddy. Anything else? Anything else on the settlement?
No,
Any from the public? They seem to be happy. All those in favor say aye.
I,
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Now we're getting to 28. And before I turn to Commissioner Hernandez to read the item, Mr. City Attorney, because I love these people dearly, what are the rules of decorum in this chamber?
May I respond, Mayor?
Yes?
City actually has some rules, and they're not just rules and policies, they're actually in the Code of Ordinances. And there's a section of the code that you all embrace, and that you all embrace both for yourselves as individual public officials and also members of the public. And it's found in what's called Section 30.20 of the city's Code of Ordinances, the big black book that governs how you do your business. If I may read just a couple of lines, it may be very useful to refresh the mayor and commission's recollection and those of the public who may need to know as well. But while the city commission is in session, which would be now, the members thereof and the public present, which are those who are present in the commission chamber, shall not by conversation or otherwise delay or interrupt the proceeding nor the peace of the commission. No person shall willfully interrupt, delay, or disturb the proceedings or meeting of the city commission or any city board. Only those individuals recognized by the mayor are authorized to speak to the commission or to a city board. All other speech, remarks, or comments are therefore under the code unauthorized. Therefore, unauthorized speech, remarks, comments, stamping of feet, whistles, yells, as the mayor indicated earlier, and similar actions or demonstrations constitute what is referred to in the code as an interruption to public meetings and are prohibited. Further, all persons attending any city meeting shall render inaudible their beepers, if you still have beepers, cellular telephones or other mechanical or electronic devices while such meeting is in session. The mayor shall preserve strict order and decorum at all meetings, all of which, by the way, is in the city code, Mr. Mayor. The chief of police or a member of his department shall act as the sergeant at arms at the regular or special meetings of the commission or board, and the sergeant at arms shall carry out the orders and instructions given by the mayor or officer or a majority of the city commission on a board present for the purposes of maintaining order, etc. Just a couple of further comments, Mayor. They're not getting into great detail, but any person, and this is something which does require some attention, any person making disruptive, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who shall become boisterous while addressing the city commission and refuses to stop, may be requested to leave the meeting by the mayor in accordance with this provision, which has been in the code since the beginning of time and was amended not that many years ago. If an individual, any person who causes a delay or interruption of the meeting shall be warned by the mayor that the conduct or is interfering with the order of the meeting and shall be given the opportunity to cease the conduct and constitutes a delay or interruption. Further and finally, if the individual, and that could be a member of the commission, could be a member of the public, fails to cease the offending conduct and continues interrupting the meeting, the individual shall be removed from the meeting room if the sergeant at arms is so directed by the mayor, and such person shall be barred from further audience for the remainder of the meeting. However, in case the mayor shall fail to act, any member of the city commission may move to require the mayor or to act to enforce the rules, and the affirmative vote of the majority of the city commissioner board shall be required for the mayor to act. Just one global concept. I regret having to read this, some of the words for word, but in Florida, under the case law, under the statutes, this is the public's meeting. This is the meeting for the members of the public to participate, to hear, to be part of it. The doors are not locked. This is a recorded meeting. People have a right of access to their government. This is the podium. This is the dais. This is where they have the rights to be heard. The word throughout the code, which has been found in case law, tells us that interruption disrupts the business of the public. The public's business, if disrupted, can be regulated by the chair, by the commission for the activities that I just described to you. It's a harsh reality, but this is part of America. This is part of the democratic process. It's part of the law in Florida. I respond, Mayor, because you asked me to respond and I keep the documentation that refers to this very close because it's a matter of course. It comes up from time to time, but disruption, interruption affects the members of the public and their right to be heard and to be seen in a public building. To the extent I can respond to any questions or give you any further instructions, I'm happy to try.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have one question.
Sorry.
Mr. City Attorney, did you really say beepers?
Pardon? Actually, I said this goes back a long way of this ordinance.
Between lockbox and beepers today.
It has not been changed, but
Well, we should.
It was changed not that long ago. Beepers was not deleted. So if you find a beeper, I'd like to see one. I've not seen one for years. Thank you.
And here's another old reference. So when I was in college, there was the big show was Hill Street Blues. You remember Hill Street Blues? And they used to have this tall sergeant out there, and at roll call, he used to say, "And hey, be careful out there." I asked the city attorney to read this because the purpose of this discussion, my friends, my neighbors, is to have a conversation that generates light, not heat. Okay? We're going to do it together like a family of neighbors, and we're going to come to a conclusion. So be careful out there. Okay. The first order of business is going to be the School Board of Broward County. They have a presentation to us about their security plan for their schools in the city of Pembroke Pines. And I would invite them to come forward at this time. The sequence of things will be that the school board will present. Once they are finished, the commission will have the opportunity, one round of questions. We will then go to the public. I have 11 forms here. These 11 people will be granted 3 minutes each at the podium. And then after that, we will deliberate and vote. Sir, your name and your rank and your title for the records. Can somebody turn his mic on, please? Yeah, you're on. Oh, now you're on.
Good evening, sir. My name is Jamie Alberti. I'm the Chief of Safety and Security for the Broward County Public School.
Yes, sir.
welcome. Thank us for having us here. I just want to do a quick introduction to my Chief of Police, Broward County School Police, Chief Kevin Nosowitz is going to go over the presentation.
Chief Nazowitz, the microphone is yours.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner,
sir.
city officials. But really thank you for having us here to give you this presentation real quick. I brought two of my command staff here, Lieutenant Vesco and Lieutenant Jocks. Both have long extinguished.
Chief, if you can move the mic, just look.
Both have very distinguished law enforcement careers. So I'd like to start off with going over some of the, our Guardian program. Oops, there we go.
Can you, if you don't mind? Sure. Can you tell us, my phone has an email, and I like to read it in the record, and I'd like you to authenticate whether or not this is what you all have in mind. Just give me 1 second. I have to find it.
Mayor, if the first speaker could just.
Hold
spell
on
his
1
last
second,
name.
please.
Your last name. No.
Hold on 1 second, please.
I think he wants the first speaker to spell his last name.
Yes, can you spell your last name, please?
ALBERTI.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay. I have an email that I saw on social media. I did not receive this email, but it comes from the Chief of Police, you, sir, and I'd like to read it into the record if you allow me. It's to a parent, and it says, "Thank you for expressing your concerns regarding changes to the school resource officer SRO program in Pembroke Pines. We share your dedication to ensuring the safety and well-being of our students, staff, and visitors. Due to challenges faced by the city of Pembroke Pines and the school district, staffing changes must be made. However, we are not eliminating SROs. Instead, we are transitioning to a hybrid model of coverage. This new model will include Broward County Public School guardians assigned to all elementary schools in Pembroke Pines, supplemented by Broward County Public School police officers, SROs, to assist with patrol and law enforcement services for those elementary schools. Middle schools will be staffed by full-time Broward Schools police officers, SROs, and Pembroke Pines Police Department will utilize their officers to provide coverage at the two high schools. Our priority remains to provide quality police services, and we believe this approach will allow us to maintain a safe and secure environment for everyone in our schools. Our police department has a great working relationship with the Pembroke Pines Police Department and will continue to partner with each other to provide exceptional services, not only to the city of Pembroke Pines, but to all surrounding communities. We appreciate your understanding and support, and should you have any fresh questions, please feel free to contact me. And that is signed by Kevin Nosowitz, Chief of Police. You recognize that email?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is that basically encapsulate the plan that you have for your schools in the city of Pembroke Pines?
It does.
Okay. Please proceed with your presentation.
All right, so a lot of people don't really know about the Guardian program. Obviously, this program was started after the MSD tragedy, all right? State mandated. The governor came up with it, and it's been implemented for a while now, obviously. So just real basic, so we have an understanding. Some of the basic hiring requirements, candidates, obviously they have to have at least a high school diploma, 2 years of experience within the last 10 years of the following, right? Sworn law enforcement, correctional officer, military experience, and/or armed security guard experience, or a driver's license. Some of the requirements to be hired by us as a school district. So they have to have a valid concealed weapons permit. They have to have 132 hours of firearm safety and proficiency training. That is done at the Guardian Academy. They must pass a psychological exam. They must pass an initial and random drug test and 12 hours certified diversity training. So the academy, or what they call a cohort, what the guardians go through for their initial 200 hours of training, okay? So 80 hours of firearms, 16 hours of precision pistol, 4 hours legal, and I can just go, I'm not gonna go through each one of these for sense of time. Everybody can read what's up there. In case you don't know, the 8 hours of TCCC, sometimes referred to as TCCC, Tactical Combat Casualty Care. Okay, that's way above and beyond your basic, I'm putting a Band-Aid on a scratch. So this is when people may experience gunshot wounds, stabs, things like that. So it goes a much higher level. All of this training is conducted by the Sheriff's Office. So BSO conducts this training. All of the Sheriff's offices within the state put on this training. They do vary in hours. Broward County has the highest number of hours out of all the counties in the state. Another point of contention is that this is just not a rubber stamp. I attended class and now I've got a certificate. Typically, 2 to 3 people do not make it in every class that they have. Annually, all of the guardians go through recertification. 28 hours. Currently, as we speak right now, they are in class. So today they are doing de-escalation and defensive tactics is their classes this evening. Unfortunately, that's why I couldn't have any guardians here. They were in training.
Okay.
So you can see that. Also, the 8 hours of Milo is a video simulation training. You may have seen some of the news reports. We, as a school district, partnered with Kaiser University here in Pembroke Pines with their criminal justice department to put our actual police officers and our guardians through all this training. It's a lot of like scenarios, shoot, don't shoot. There's loudspeakers and they're right up on the screen, and they have weapons that are controlled, that register through the computer system to see, shot placement, things like that. But a lot of this is more of a shoot, don't shoot type scenario. Currently, so for the school district, currently we cover 73 sites.
With guardians?
Yes. 55 sites are with all
When
of
you say
our,
sites, so you mean schools?
yes,
They're all your sites are schools? Yes, sir.
yes. So 47 elementary schools are currently staffed by guardians, 8 centers and technical schools. That could be like Sheridan Tech, and then some of the other learning centers. 18 sites are hybrid. All right, and what happens with the hybrid is we like to maintain a coverage of 1 armed person per 1,000 students. So some of the schools only have 1 SRO at that high school. We supplement by providing a guardian on that campus as well. Cypress Bay is one. I'll just name off Cypress Bay. They have two BSO deputies there, and we have two of our guardians on campus. Hollywood, MacArthur, they have 1 officer. We put 2 guardians there as well. So it's kind of a mix. Currently, some of the schools that we're covering, we have 17 elementary schools in Fort Lauderdale that we cover solely with guardians. And you can see the numbers here. I don't necessarily have to go down the list. So one thing to mention on this, on all of these schools that are staffed with guardians, we take one of our actual SRO or school police officers, as you'll hear that term, and they rotate between those schools. So it's not only that there's a guardian on campus on a daily basis, and it depends on the officer, how often they visit that school. They may go to one in the morning and go to a different one in the afternoon. They may stay there all day. It kind of depends on what's going on at school. But we do that so that we do have an actual police officer rotating between those schools. Here's where we also augment. This was what I was talking about, the 1 per 1,000. These are the cities that have additional guardians at their high schools and middle schools. So currently, the city of Pembroke Pines has 9 elementary schools, 1 SRO in each school. They have 3 middle schools with an SRO in each, and then the 2 high schools with 2 SROs in each school. Our proposed coverage for the elementary schools, and we kind of broke it down east and west. So it would be 1 guardian in each one of those 4 west schools and 1 SRO/police officer from us supplementing those schools. On the east side, there's 5 schools, so you'll have one guardian in each school, and you'll have one SRO rotating between those 5 schools. In the middle schools, the 3 middle schools, we will not have any guardians. We will have actual SRO police officers on those campuses.
And in your high schools?
I'm sorry?
And in your high schools?
In our high schools?
In our high, your
In your high schools? Our high schools that we have in your city will be staffed by your 4 SROs. or
Pembroke
4 of
Pines
your
police
SROs.
officers.
Correct.
So what you're saying is that there will be SROs in each of the schools?
In the high schools, the 3 middle schools, and then I have
Floating ones in the, so there'll be SRO presence in all of the public schools in Pembroke Pines.
Absolutely.
Okay?
So, real quick, if this, last slide here, I did have a video, it wasn't working, so we're not gonna mess with that. Obviously, listen, our guardians build relationships in the schools with parents, administrators, because they are the first line of defense if something happens. Have things happen? We've had a couple incidents where guardians have had to stop people at gunpoint for jumping over a fence. Absolutely. We've also, on the positive side, we've had another guardian save another employee's life when he had a heart attack, dropped right there. He started CPR, fire rescue rolled up, and thank God he knew the CPR from his training because he actually saved this person's life. And he did get a life-saving award for that. And that concludes our presentation. So any
Chief,
questions?
as the police chief of the school district of Broward County, do you believe that your plan for your schools in the city of Pembroke Pines is sufficient to keep the students, teachers, and visitors in all of the public schools safe?
I do. I mean, we've been doing this now for a few years. Our guardians are highly trained. They all have the experience and the background, whether it was military, law enforcement, and not just local law enforcement. We have a couple federal people that were in ATF and DEA. So they've continued, right? They've continued in law enforcement. It's, as one of them said in a news article, it's kind of like a calling, no different than Mr. Rosario that you had here, your city resident that's been involved in law enforcement for 30-something years, right? It's a passion to those people. And I don't have any reservations of any of our guardians working on a campus.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hernandez.
And I know we had 3 other items.
Excuse me, did we read this item into the record?
No, we didn't.
Please do.
Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. Motion to approve the school resource officer SRO agreement between the city of Pembroke Pines and the school board of Broward County for the 2024, 2025, and 2025, 2026 school years.
Is there a second for discussion, please? Second. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Hernandez, you're recognized.
So, and the last 3 items that we discussed, I understand I'm speaking and criticizing the Broward County Public School District. This is not aimed at you. Okay? I want you to understand that. I'm not aiming it at you. I'm aiming it at the administration and the board members that make decisions, and you as sworn law enforcement officers work for them. So I don't want you to believe that this is aimed at you. Okay? I apologize if it comes off that way. It's not. Okay? If all of you were in, every one of you wearing the uniform, were in every single school in Pembroke Pines, including elementary schools, I wouldn't have as many questions. 9 elementary schools have guardians. And I know some of you have written to me because there was an NBC6 report. I was on it. I was interviewed on it. Again, I said, I'm not here to disparage guardians and their honorable work. I am not. But in that same clip, Broward Sheriff Greg Toney, standing next to the superintendent, said, a guardian will never substitute the wealth of knowledge and experience that a law enforcement officer has that comes in with all the other skill sets. Okay. And he went on to say, to be very fair, because I'm not cherry picking the information, he said, but we've given them the skill set to stop these threats if it arrives on our campus. And I appreciate very much that the sheriff had no idea that the reporters were going to ask him that question. They had just interviewed me and they called the reporter over there and they asked them that. So I don't have objections. And by the way, thank you to your board for funding 4 SROs in our high schools. To anyone that was asking questions, you're going to have 2 SROs each in 2 Pembroke Pines BCPS high schools. What I cannot, it's just very challenging to me. I understand you're going to have a floating officer, one, to these elementary schools, and this isn't something you're voting on, we're voting on, but my challenge is that before, to Commissioner Schwartz's point, what you said about from 2013, 2014?
11 years ago, the exact same thing, rotating SROs, didn't work for us.
So the issue that I have is that after Sandy Hook, okay, and I wasn't here, obviously, but there were decisions made in this city. I have 2 children. One is in Chapel Trail Elementary and will be again. One is headed to Silver Trail. I'm very, very enthusiastic about the fact that they have law enforcement. Again, guardian being a backup is not something I'm going to object to. The more the merrier, especially if you're paying for them. My issue is on the armed law enforcement, sworn law enforcement. And I'm not going to take too much longer, but Chapel Trail Elementary School, which I've been going to since 2015, not just an SRO. If anyone here knows Officer LaBeouf, he's a part of the family. I see him direct traffic, pick up, drop off, high-fiving kids. My son just finished 5th grade. He had a crime prevention class taught by Officer LaBeouf. And this is not meant to be disrespectful to guardians or to you fine people, which I commend for your professional careers as law enforcement. But you will not put an Officer LaBeouf back there. And that's my challenge. And we had these discussions offline, you and I. So I want to make very clear, I commend them. I commend you. And part of this agreement that we're going to vote on soon, I'm okay with part of it because you're actually funding the SR, not you. Again, I'm not pointing at you. I'm pointing at your board. Okay. Are funding SROs in our high schools. And you have cops in our middle schools. Elementary schools, as I've said, are just, to me, even if it's a one floating officer for the East and the West, I am making it very clear, as I did on social media and in that story. I think we're going to need city action because I just don't feel confident in guardians with one officer that floats to those schools. And, I'm very confident that when my son was in Miss Rosenthal's class in Chapel Trail Elementary, who's here, I did not have any concern going into Miss Rosenthal's office. I did not have any concern with Officer LaBeouf there. But a guardian alone most of the day with one officer that's covering so many schools. And I know this is not for you to answer. I'm just putting it on record for the public that is here. I'm pretty sure almost everyone here is on this issue. That's the concern. I don't mean to put you in a tough spot. It's not your call. I get it. But I wanted to make that statement for the record, Mayor. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Schwartz.
Thank you. Mr. Alberti, I have a couple questions for you. Good evening, sir, and welcome to Pembroke Pines.
Thank you, sir.
The mayor read into the record an email that was sent out late afternoon, early evening of July 16th. To avoid any sunshine violations, I replied to you and asking for some response. Do you recall us having
Yes, I do.
a mild, but I'll say a little abrasive conversation? So the statement that the deal was done, I wrote back because I want to make sure this is on the record. Jamie, absolutely not true. This is coming from me now. The statement that the city has decided to have guardians is false. The city commission has not made any decisions regarding this matter, nor has the city commission been presented such findings as stated below. Do you recall that?
I do, and you were correct.
Okay. And then we followed up and again, you said, I want to read it verbatim. I don't want to take anything out of context. And you were quick to respond, which I appreciate. I am so sorry. You are correct, Commissioner. My mistake. In bold, the board still has to vote on this. Mr. Alberti, has the board voted on this?
No, I believe that's what's happening today.
Say again, sir.
I believe that's what's happening today.
Which board are you referring to?
The Broward County School Board.
No, I was referring to the
The
board.
Broward County School
This
Board?
commission board.
Commissioner,
Yes.
please make clear which
Clear.
board you're referring
The
to.
Broward County School Board
Okay.
members have not been presented this new plan. Is that correct?
Correct.
No school board member that I've spoken to has even been presented the plan by the administration. You can't answer that, I can. Because I've spoken to both the District 1 and the District 2 school board members. I advise them of the change in what's being presented in front of this Pembroke Pines Commission. And quite frankly, the reason why all these folks are here tonight. I believe that I'm not directing this at you, Mr. Albert, you've answered my question. I believe that there has been between I'm going to close your school, but wait. We have a plan, but hold on. Let's switch superintendents again. Now, I'm not sure if Mr. Runcie has been paid in full.
Commissioner, please stay to the point.
But the financial considerations for the school board mayor are the following. Currently, they're paying for 3 superintendents.
Commissioner, please stay to the point.
I am concerned, Mayor, that the Broward County School Board could tear this out from under us 2 years from now. The fact is we have a 2-year contract that's being presented to us, not yet officially adopted by the Broward County School Board. So at the appropriate time, Mayor, I will request my colleagues to consider deferring this item, sending it downtown, let them decide what they want to do, and then bring it back. Because we've already operated without a contract for 15 months already.
Before
Before I get to that, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Let me gather my thought, Mayor. I apologize. The guardians, I have a question about guardians. Chief. That your presentation doesn't include that guardians can stop crime. Can they stop crime?
As crime as far as what?
Well, I can be specific. Fights. Can they jump in the fray and separate individuals under the law?
Just like any normal citizen, anybody can stop a fight. So, listen, I expect our guardians to use discretion and to intervene when something like that is going on. So anybody can stop a fight, Commissioner.
Chief,
please continue.
Chief, so the answer is no, because they're not a citizen.
Excuse me, listen to his answer.
I'm trying.
Okay, please restate your answer.
Well, I would expect them to use discretion and intervene to stop a fight, just like any normal person. If you're walking in the mall and people were fighting and somebody was getting hurt, there's typically a good citizen that would stop and hopefully help that person out that's getting beat up, right?
Are they under the law? Are they required to follow up on a tip of a student that says, I think Johnny may cause a fight or cause a disturbance? Is the guardian limited to just neutralize a threat?
No, because they can report if, and we've had it happen before in the schools. They will report this. One of the other layers that we offer and that we do in our schools is we have additional detectives or other police officers that handle and mitigate issues with social media threats, 4 to 5 Florida tips that come in, anonymous tips that come in. So, and we've also gotten tips, students will go to a guardian, they'll say, hey, there's maybe a fight going to break out or this. They'll go to administration. Administration contacts us. So we can go and step in and obviously deal with that issue. If there's, I mean, is that answering your question?
It's your answer, sir. So is a guardian allowed to work the pickup line and coordinate traffic to prevent traffic gridlock around the school?
It's probably a safety issue. So yeah, would you want a free flow of traffic through the front of the school? Because, you know, kids could be put in danger because of that. So that, you know, you would want that to keep free moving.
So of the 47 guardians currently in place in Broward County, they are directing traffic?
I don't know if they're directing traffic or not, but there's, you know, if there's an issue outside, they may have to help stop or mitigate that issue, you know?
Mayor, I don't want to be repeated in my question, so let me follow up, Chief. It is not the role of the guardian to mitigate or work traffic as a Pembroke Pines SRO has been doing for the past 11 years at their location, elementary school specifically.
So yes, the primary goal of a guardian is to stop any active threat on campus. So that would, I think that answers your question.
Understood. Mayor, I think that is what I have for my round.
This would be a good time before we continue.
Could I just follow up on something?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
You bring up a very valid point on traffic management. Okay, that's something, I keep going back to my son's school, Chapel Trail Elementary. We're a really residential community out there, and so is Silver Trail. If you haven't seen Silver Trail in the mornings, there's traffic. Thank God Chief Vargas's guys are out there directing traffic. So that's part of the service, right? Officer LaBeouf and in that school, plus our other SROs, it's not a question if they need to provide it. They provide traffic management, then they walk into the schools. And so that's another, thank you for bringing it up. That's another major concern of mine, because if someone's got to run traffic, and our officers, as it is in the city of Pembroke Pines, we have, I believe it's a vacancy of 30 officers. So it's a strain on us also to deploy our uniformed law enforcement to direct traffic.
Right.
And that is a point that I'd like to bring up. But just for the record, Mayor, and this is in the item, maybe some of you have not read it, but I just want to make very clear in the summary explanation of background. Part of it I was not here for. I was not here May 1st. I was appointed May 15th. But on May 1st, there was direction given here from this city commission. I watched it. I was a spectator over here, but there was direction given to go and negotiate based on the city manager. I believe our assistant police chief was there directly with the superintendent. The next meeting, according to this, which I do remember is correct, was on May 16th. It was the city manager, the assistant police chief Barnes, Mayor Castillo, with the superintendent, board chair Olahoff, and you, chief. Okay. I believe it took another letter. Again, this is not on you, administration. I'm not attacking you. It took another letter from, I don't know if it was Manager Dodge or Mayor Castillo, I forgot who sent it, for us to get a response on June 21st, more than a month later, saying that the school board, which to your point, I want to understand if the school board actually did this, the school board informed the city that it could not offer additional payment or funding beyond the existing contract, and recommended replacing city SROs with guardians. For those of you here who have reached out to me, the city is not removing SROs. I want that clear. Okay, I want that very, very clear. It's not these gentlemen either, or ladies and gentlemen. We're not blaming them, okay? I want that. It's on the agenda item, you can find it. June 21st, 2024 is when the city of Pembroke Pines, Mr. Manager, if I'm reading this correctly, was informed that they would not offer additional payment to the city of Pembroke Pines, which was at that point over a 3-year period, losing $2.1 million as basically a subsidizing, am I reading this correct, Mr. Manager, a subsidizing of Broward County Public Schools SRO program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. On July 12th, City officials, after they informed us on the 21st, we had to wait till July 12th. City officials again met with the superintendent to discuss the replacement of SROs with guardians and reiterated the request to add promptly to the contract. July 18th, city received proposed SRO agreements for the upcoming school years. So noted, I guess to your point again, noted the absence of requested contract language. And on the 22nd, which if I'm not mistaken, was the day before the school board met. School board, I believe, met July 23rd. On the 22nd, the school board advised the city of Pembroke Pines that requested contract language would not be added to the contract. But instead, the district would send out a memo to school administration requiring school staff to act quickly on potential threats and to advise their school SROs. Okay. That's the chronological order of what has happened. And then the agreement we're presented tonight, I mean, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I think I'm doing both of them. So tonight is August 7th. The agreement commences, an agreement that has not been approved by this body or the school district, commenced on August 5th. Now, how in the name of college football is it possible that, I'm a big fan, how an agreement that has not been approved or presented to the school district or to the city of Pembroke Pines, how the heck is it commencing 2 days before? Did you vote on it?
I'm not voting for it either tonight.
Well, I'm just saying, it was a joke, but why is this? And it goes back to what I said earlier, and I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm talking a lot, but my kids are impacted directly. This impacts my kids. This impacts my wife, who is on the PTA of 2 schools. The way that Broward County Public Schools, and I do want to say, I want to feel good about BCPS. I have my children there. I don't have to have my children there. The way they conduct business is baffling. We have a negotiation on SRO rates by people who don't represent the city of Pembroke Pines. And then we have an agreement commencing on August the 5th. Today is August the 7th, that has not been presented to the school board. They had a meeting on July 23rd, and they did not present this. I believe every other SRO agreement with BCPS, if I'm not mistaken, with 30 other cities was approved.
May 2020, it was April 11th,
Right.
2023 is when the agreement was.
Well, yeah, you
actually
said
signed.
that. You're right.
The 3-year deal. That was, what, 15 months ago?
Yeah, no, but I meant,
No.
that's for the other item.
No, that's for this item.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about what we're being presented now.
It was bifurcated
Yeah.
by the school board's administration. Bizarrely, they did that. I don't know why they did that. They didn't give us the 3-year package.
So
They
yeah.
busted it up.
So, and I appreciate the information. The point is, I worked in the largest government in the southeastern United States, Miami-Dade County. I worked very closely with City of Miami, it's Miami-Dade County Public School Board. And I'm not saying you want to emulate everything that happens down there, but governments are partners. They are partners. And what is being presented here makes zero sense. It doesn't, the logical sequence to Commissioner Storch's points in mind, and I'm sure someone else will say this, just doesn't make sense. That's not how you're supposed to do business when children's safety is the priority. And I'm sorry about that, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to yield back, but again, this is really frustrating.
It is frustrating. And before I get to Commissioner Rodriguez and Vice Mayor, who's sure want to speak, can I just take a moment to sort of put this in context, because I was actually there. Okay, so here's what happened. So on May 1st, when there were just 4 of us, this contract was foisted on us. I don't want to be overly dramatic. It's just, it got there at that moment. There were only 4 of us here at the time. And I knew that chances were pretty good that this issue would come up because of the hole that the contract put in the police budget. Commissioner Schwartz pulled the item for discussion. It was on consent. Commissioner Schwartz pulled the item. And he was very eloquent in talking about how unfair it was
that the city of Pembroke Pines was subsidizing the school board. This is not new for Commissioner Schwartz or for many of us who served at that time. This has been going on for decades. Under the law, city attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. Under the law, this is not about you. You guys are great. Sorry. You're my favorite people. Under the law, it's crystal clear. The responsibility to secure public schools lies with the school district, the owner of the buildings, correct?
And responding, the answer is, under the statutes, yes.
And cities can be brought into it by contract, correct?
That is also correct.
We are a vendor. That's why a contract is in front of us. They contract out their responsibility in numerous cities. It's an intelligent way to do business. It's done more pervasively here in Broward than anywhere else, probably. The typical scenario is you've got a school board police department, which is also authorized by statute. You have that in Miami-Dade County. That school police department, I think it was created in 1957, before this city was even incorporated. In Palm Beach, I'll just talk about the counties near us. They created their police force in 1972. This is movie of the week, having districts police their own schools. In Broward County, it's been different. It's been different. Part of it is because cities have not been charging full cost or collecting full cost for it. And this city, what you need to understand is a $2 million deficit is a lot of money to any one of us individually. But in a city our scale, you could fit 30 Pembroke Pineses in the school budget's annual amount. They are is it 6 billion? No, $6 billion budget. We don't come anywhere. You could put 30 Pembroke Pineses in there. $2 million is a correction error on their budget. $2 million in Pembroke Pines is a serious problem. Okay? Commissioner Schwartz was very eloquent about talking about the penny. It's the school board that needs to charge the penny. Our residents want us to lower taxes, not increase taxes. I just came off a tour of 13 town hall meetings. Some of you were there, many of you, all of you were at some of them. Residents want us to tax them less. This is their responsibility to do. Still, we're in love with the work. I meet with these heroes, your heroes. I meet with those heroes all the time. They want to patrol the schools with SROs. They know how important it is. They know it's more than just keeping them safe. They want our children to run toward police cars, not run away from them. Do you get it? They want there to be closeness between the children and the cops. I love that idea. No one wants to see SROs in schools more than me. It's just not possible. But we can't live with a $2 million deficit.
Mayor.
Hold on. And we've said this over and over and over again. And when Commissioner Schwartz pulled this item, we had this conversation. And I said, maybe we should wait for us to be 5. And Commissioner was wise. And he said, the 4 of us can do this. The 4 of us can do this. And I don't want to send a message, he said, to the residents of Pembroke Pines that the 4 of us cannot do this. And so administration was directed unanimously. And even Vice Mayor chimed in and said, I like the idea of elected officials meeting face to face on difficult issues like that. And frankly, there has been history of that between the school board and this
Our former mayor used to meet with them at our direction all the time to try and get a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there, making it better. And it did get better from the early days when we got nothing. We did it for free. But I told you all then, and I will repeat it now, do not send us on a fool's errand. Do not send us up there to negotiate with these people and then pull the rug out after you're done. Everyone's looking. The county's looking. The state's looking. There are people at the federal government that have called me. They're looking. And they all want to know whether this commission has the ability to creatively find a solution to this, or do we just talk tough? And when push comes to shove and parents show up, and God bless you all for doing that, do we just roll over and take our deficit? Because when that happens, there's going to be a whole long line of people trying to do the same thing. So that's the context of what happened. City Manager Dodge called the superintendent, and they talked about it. And they talked about it like professionals. There hasn't been one harsh word, right? Not one harsh word exchanged in this whole discussion with them. They understand our position. They can't change their contract to pay us more, because if they change their contract to pay us more, they have to pay all the cities their cost. And then their program unravels. Their program unravels. So what they said was, and this was actually School Board Chair Aladorf's suggestion, look, we've been using guardians in schools for a long time, and we have great success with it, she said. Now, when I heard that, I was like, I didn't expect to hear this. So I came back and I started having to study about guardians, because in Pembroke Pines, we're in the SRO business. We're not in the guardian business. And one of my questions to the chief was, do you even have enough guardians? And he said, I have ample numbers of guardians. I have more guardians than I need. And okay, so he's got the guardians. They put together this plan, their plan for their schools, where we are a vendor in a smaller part of the pie, where all of their schools get SROs. Maybe not full-time. I'd like to see them. I agree with you, Commissioner. I'd like to see, that augmented in some way. And this was their plan for their schools. That's what's before us right now. It's the only thing that's before us right now. But just because we may turn it down, might vote it up, I don't know. Just because, regardless of what we do, the conversation continues. It's not the end of anything. We continue to have these conversations with them all the time. Our police department will be having these ongoing conversations with their colleagues at the schools. We all, 100% of us, every single person on this dais and in the audience, want to make sure that everyone in our schools is as safe as we can make them. And while I have great respect for cops, I've lived in Broward County a long time. That's not a guarantee, folks. We've seen that. But it's a hell of a great deal when you know that you've got a police officer watching out for everybody in the school. So we have the opportunity to take this. And I actually, it is sort of weird, Commissioner Schwartz, that we got a contract. This is the first time in my 20 years that I've seen an SRO contract that didn't come to us already executed by the school board. But what's interesting is this gives us an opportunity to think outside of the box. Maybe there's a creative way to bolster this. Maybe there's something that we can do that doesn't create this mountain of debt in the police department budget so that they can do their job better. Maybe there's a way to put some more cops on the streets, and PS, that might also keep schools safer. And maybe we can all learn something together. Maybe we need to study this together, because they're saying it works in other cities, tougher cities than us to police.
I'm not disparaging any of them. But you got Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Deerfield, Pompano, Lauderhill. These are tough cities. They can be tough cities. And here we are in Pembroke Pines. They've got almost 20%, Commissioner Rodriguez, of their schools are already, and have for a long time, been using some guardians with the support of these SROs. So now the question isn't A or B, and we live in this crazy A or B world. The question is, what's the better C? How can we get to a better place where we're not running debt, but the kids are safe, the teachers are safe, the parents are satisfied, and they're not yelling and screaming in these other 8 cities. They're very satisfied, the parents, because we'd hear it. The news trucks would be there. They're not. They're here. They want to know what we're going to do. So that's what happened there. And that's the SRO money part. But there was a part B. And here, I have to ask you a question. So there's a clause in the contract. We talked about this promptly business. There's a clause in the contract that says that in any schools where we're the SROs, we must promptly report any facilities deficiencies that we observe. So let's say there's a hole in the fence from one night to the next, or let's say that a CCTV camera isn't fixed or whatever. In my discussion with school board members, there might, for all I know, be the same ones. I can't talk to Jay about business, but it might be the same ones that he's been talking to. What I wanted was for the school board to say, if you promptly report it, we'll promptly fix it. Because we've got men and women in the police department who serve as SROs, and they see these things, and then, you know, the school board's a big place. And the purchase or the work order. The work order didn't get filled out right, or it didn't get done, or so-and-so was sick and it didn't happen. And weeks go by and weeks turn into months and the problem still hasn't been fixed. This happens. And I had a conversation with the school board chair, and Mr. Dodge was there. Tell me if I'm getting this wrong. And we said we'd like the contract to read that we will promptly report to you anything we see, and you will promptly fix it. And they said, absolutely, that makes total sense. That should be in every contract, right? You know why it's not in this language? It's not in this language of the contract that we have in front of us because the lawyers refused to do it. And then Mr. Dodge called the superintendent back, right? And said, hey, where's promptly? He says, don't worry about it, I'll talk to them. And then Sam called them and said, did you talk to the superintendent? Yeah. So where's promptly? It's not going in there. And then they said, look, let's settle this. We'll send a side memo. We'll send a side memo, and the side memo will talk about how we're going to do it promptly. And I said, okay, maybe the commission will accept that. And then they put out a memo on security, and it didn't, the word promptly wasn't even in there. It didn't address the thing that we brought up. Okay, so it's very, very frustrating to, you know, we were sent up there, we were told, and we all were admonished, don't send us on a fool's errand. You're going to have to hold your line if you want us to go up there and negotiate. We went up there and we negotiated. They refused to do what we asked them to do. This is the contract that's in front of us now. And the question for us needs to be, how do we make this work? Even as we continue a dialogue with them going forward. This isn't a beginning and an end. This is just a stop on the bus route. And the bus keeps rolling. And safety is a continuum. You keep talking about it. School is going to start on Monday. We can't go another year without a contract. So who wants to talk about how we take this and make it into something that is acceptable, at least over the short run?
Mr. Mayor, are you
Yes.
asking us or them? Or the
Us.
CCBS?
What can we do?
Mr. Mayor,
What can we do to help make this a workable thing? Because it's the only contract in front of us.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner
and
Hernandez.
I'd like to ask, Sam, Mr. Gorin, so what is in front of us is a product of the negotiation between the city of Pembroke Pines and the administration of Broward County Public Schools, specifically the superintendent of schools, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This agreement, this evening, are we under 100% obligation to vote it up or down?
Let me respond, Mayor. This document before you is legally before you under state law. That means that the public has a right to be heard. It's been advertised, it's been noticed, it's compliant with the county charter regarding the 48-hour rule for notification, et cetera. So all of the trappings for consideration, the four corners of legality are on the dais this evening, on both sides of the dais, actually. That being said, it was a formal official delivery from the Broward County School Board through their superintendent, who, by the way, has an appointment as the superintendent to deliver a document. You have that official document in front of you this evening. That's the document that you have to deal with that's in front of you tonight.
And I certainly appreciate this wonderful document and horrible agreement. But what I must ask is, does the agreement that's on my screen right now prevent the city of Pembroke Pines, independent of the school district, to take action operationally within the city of Pembroke Pines Police Department? Okay, while we consider this item, but that's one thing I want to know, because I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that this body is being held hostage by this agreement. We can also take action ourselves as a city commission as it relates operationally within our city and our police department.
May I respond, Mayor? Short answer, without getting into great detail and boring you with those details, the answer is yes.
I love when you bore me with details, Sam.
But the only other detail, if I may, through the mayor to yourself, is the fact that, in a sense, what this is under contract law, school board officially, through its superintendent of schools, submitted a proposal. It's an offer. It is accepted by the city in the form that it's in. It's accepted, and the consideration is the payment being made by the school board to the city for the services to be performed by the SROs and others.
Okay.
What do you have in mind?
So could I have if you don't mind, if I could make a little bit of space there for our police chief? I'd like to call our police chief if that's possible, Mayor. Is that possible?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. Chief.
Good evening, Jose Vargas,
sorry,
Chief of
you have
Police
to
for Pembroke Pines.
I apologize.
Okay.
Rough number, how many vacancies do we have in the Pembroke Pines Police Department?
Approximately 26 at the time.
Okay. How difficult is it to recruit a police officer that passes our high standards in this city and put them through the program in the year 2024?
There are challenges, as with every police department at the time. Staffing continues to be a little bit of a crutch. And as a police department, we're working hard to fill our positions as fast as we can.
Okay. The agreement as is, I'm sure you've read it, slept with it under your bed, under your pillow, all over summer, whenever they presented it to us. This agreement basically takes out, Mr. Dodge may have to answer this, because they would take 4 SROs and use those at the 2 high schools. I think West Broward and Flanagan are the 2 that they would have 2 each at.
Right.
So doesn't that bring it down to 12 SROs that are, as it stands this minute, displaced?
That is correct.
Oh, that also really pisses me off, because those police officers, okay.
Is that legal time?
It is.
Yes,
Sorry.
It is.
Is there a beef button when we?
It's on page 178 of
Page
Black's
178.
Dictionary.
That also upsets me because
lockbox, Mayor.
these police
Right next to the
officers,
box, yeah.
I've never seen one, guys. But my issue is these police officers, we're not talking about Pines police officers enough. These police officers have families. When you displace a police officer from an assignment, there's a financial impact, there's a change to their daily routines. How long would you say, Chief, these police officers, the average, let's say, have been SROs in our schools and assigned to the actual school? So I know, for example, the one at Chapel Trail Elementary is maybe 9, 10 years that he's been there. What would you say a number is?
It varies, but you know, if I was to give you an average off the top of my head, it averages anywhere from 1 to, or it varies anywhere from 1 year all the way up to 13, I believe.
I'm willing to bet that that average is larger than the Guardian program established by the Broward County Public Schools. I'm willing to bet that that average, if it's 1 to 13, this program was started 5 years ago. Willing to bet that the average is higher. Chief, are SROs subject to special pay?
Commissioner,
I'm sorry.
if you don't mind, the chief can answer your question. You don't have to guess. I think he indicated before that in order to be a guardian, you have to have experience. You can't just walk off the street. And be a guardian.
No, absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear because I didn't want the public to be.
No, they presented, we all saw what they presented,
Okay,
and
all right.
as I've said, I'm not here to disparage guardians, I'm perfectly fine with guardians augmenting existing SROs, but not being the first line of defense. That's my issue here tonight. Chief, our SROs, Pembroke Pines police officers, being in a specialized unit, do they have a certain increase in pay because they are in a specialized unit?
Yes, they receive a 3% assignment pay for that primary assignment.
Okay. What, I don't want to give everyone's salary out, but what would you say the average pay of an SRO in the city of Pembroke Pines is?
Again, it varies if we're talking about part-time SROs or full-time SROs.
Give me the full-time.
So the full-time, depending on their seniority and years of service.
Let's
can
say
be-
an Officer LaBeouf, folks that have served that long.
Well,
Oh.
Officer LaBeouf is one of our part-timers.
Right.
So I believe it's around the $65,000 mark per year.
And the ones that have seniority have served a lot longer and are probably earning a lot more. 3%, my point, represents thousands of dollars to that police officer's families. And right now, with this wonderful agreement that we have in front of us, we then have to displace 12 police officers who are going to feel their salaries, the impact to their salaries, the disruption to their daily routines, not to mention all the teachers, administrators, and students in our elementary schools. Mr. Mayor, at the appropriate time, I am going to make a motion that the City of Pembroke Pines Police, directing the administration, that the City of Pembroke Pines create a school resource officer unit staffed with the full-time police officers. I understand there's a financial impact. I'm willing to speak to my colleagues, especially Vice Mayor. You always worry me because you just go like this back and forth in your chair, and I really want to hear from you as well. But I'm willing to discuss it, but between 4 and 6 full-time Pembroke Pines police officers, that, by the way, I think we also, and Chief, I forget how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. Nazowitz. You and I spoke, and I told you that I'm going to ask you this question, so there's no blindsiding. Is there, because these are district schools, would there be any objection if the City of Pembroke Pines sends an SRO unit into different schools to support, as partner governments, your guardians, in some cases, you're going to have, you said in the West and the East elementary schools, someone that floats between them, that is like you, a sworn law enforcement officer. Does that would be acceptable, or is it something that we also have to go back to the district?
It's absolutely acceptable. I mean, it's security and the protection of our kids is just not one.
In other words,
job
we would have
for everybody.
seamless,
Point of order.
seamless cooperation as we always have between BCPS, whether it's a guardian or your law enforcement and the Pembroke Pines police officers.
Point of order, Mayor.
Point of order, Commissioner Schwartz.
Mayor, anticipating this potential ask of the representatives of the Broward County School Board, I asked the city attorney the following question. Do they have the authority to negotiate a contract with the city of Pembroke Pines?
He's not asking that.
Well, he's asking whether or not an
No, no, no.
SRO.
The question I heard him ask was, would the chief of police object to Pembroke Pines, police officers augmenting, to some degree, the presence of SROs in potentially elementary or other schools? And he said he would not have an objection to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you would welcome it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well,
so-
and that's been my
So
experience.
it
with-
wouldn't be
yeah.
in the contract. The commissioner talked about a voluntary group of people on our part. So we're talking
yeah, and
outside of the contract here.
Correct. And to be clear, I'm talking about, I know the manager's going to yell at me, but we're talking about our costs. We're not talking about BCPS. We know how difficult it is to get money out of them. I'm fine sending the manager, directing the manager to negotiate with them. But my concern is, and as I mentioned, at the appropriate time, I would be making a motion whenever the mayor says I can make the motion that beginning Monday, because we have school on Monday, that the Pembroke Pines Police Department have a school resource officer unit between 4 and 6 full-time police officers. I understand that we can move seasonals to other parts. I have strong preference for some of those SROs in certain schools that rotate through all 9 Pembroke Pines elementary schools every day. Okay. Thinking of the budget, Mr. Manager, every day. In addition, those impacted Pembroke Pines SROs who would no longer be at an SRO would have their, to your point, their specialized pay of 3%. And I know that this may not be the most popular proposal, extended for 6 months until they are in another police unit. Because I don't think this is fair. Commissioner Schwartz has talked about it. I've talked about it. Everyone, the way this agreement is, it's not just, as much as I keep going back to the kids and teachers, it's also the police officers. We're taking money away from them. We're displacing them. We're moving them somewhere else. And it's just not fair. So at the appropriate time, that's going to be my
I'm going to
motion.
ask you, Commissioner, if you could hold off on the amendment until after
Yes.
the public has spoken. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Well, I guess my question is regarding the amendment, but I can ask that when it's made. But basically what I'm saying is making a group of 4 to 6 full-time SROs, what is the price of that? Because then we
Well,
could just keep our SROs. and pay them.
So this has been oscillating for a while. And I sat down with the manager. We've had roving SRO units before. The positions, what happens is the chief just testified that he's got some 26, where's the chief? Oh, there he is. Oh, you guys dress alike, I know. So he's got like 26 vacancies. The thing about that is all of the vacancies are budgeted. There's money there for them. So if there were excess SROs from one day to the next, he'd absorb them into his budget. So this is more of a deployment than a budget question. So it's about how you use them, because those positions are budgeted, correct, Mr. Dodge?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Dodge?
Yeah, my mic keeps going off. That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, so it's not really a cost issue, it's a deployment issue. Go ahead,
No, that's it. Thank you for answering the question.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of good information being created in this conversation here. So, yeah, I'm gonna stay with just some of the questions that I have with my round of questioning. But I want to hear from the public, and then I have additional comments I think that would be very helpful. So, I guess the very first thing I just want to ask, through your presentation is, how do the individual SROs/guardians integrate with the Pembroke Pines Police Department? How do they integrate?
So all of the Guardians are on Pembroke Pines Police Radio channel. That's number one. So, and anytime if there was anything that went on in school and they come across police radio, it's directly on the frequency that you're already being dispatched from. So your officers hear it. Pembroke Pines officers are more than welcome to stop by any of our schools at any time and meet with any of the Guardians or any of the staff that's there. I happen to know your chief. I've known him for 20-something years. I know his brother from my prior, from my prior job, retiring from the city of Miramar. We have one of your retired officers that work for us. He's one of our police officers. We've had relationships. As far as integrating, my staff works well with everybody. We're not like, it's not like we're getting divorced or, we're not fighting, right? I mean, we know each other, right? So, I think everybody works well together. I mean, and we're always open to helping each other.
Okay. And I do know that you all have a very tight brotherhood across the nation, not just even local. So, may I ask our police chief some questions that sort of like kind of go along with this integrating thing here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, chief, do your police SROs participate in regular meetings with senior staff, supervisory staff?
At the
police
schools?
department?
Oh, at the police department?
Yeah.
We have 3 sergeants dedicated to the unit and a captain that helps to inform us as a command staff of what's going on. They come and meet in the beginning of the school year, and they also have in-service trainings.
So they have regular meetings with the police department?
They will.
Yeah, right. So, will you have these same kind of meetings with the SRO/guardians from the school board that you have right now with your staff?
Clearly, we would have to formulate a plan on how we will move forward. That would be an objective.
I mean, but will you have like regular meetings like you do with your staff right now, your senior staff talking to your?
Probably not.
Okay. Are your police SROs advised of special instructions regarding the community?
Sure.
Okay. Will you be doing that same kind of detailed special instructions with the school board guardians or SROs?
Probably not.
What kind of communication channel do you use right now with your police SROs?
They're on our channel, on our radio channel.
Okay.
But it's my belief that the Guardians would also be on that same channel.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
It's my belief that the Guardians would also be on our police channel.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And Chief, what student resources are provided to the schools upon a police SRO request?
As far as equipment and
Any resources, whether it be mental, whether it be physical, whether it be
to our SROs or to the school, just to
to the
understand your
school.
question.
If a police SRO says, I need some resources in order to help the school, what kind of resources do you provide to your police SROs?
Whatever is necessary. If I believe, for example, traffic came up earlier. So if they need a supplement from our traffic division or our patrol officers, we'll provide that. And that's communicated through our SROs.
And I guess it's just getting down to is, how do your police SROs interact with the various divisions within your department? And will that be the same with regards to the school board staff?
Well, if there's an incident that occurs, for example, I can give you these examples. If there's an incident that occurs outside of school grounds, but there happens to be a student from one of those schools involved, usually the SRO for that school would be alerted to that report so that they can assist with whatever that student or that child may need at that school by our SRO.
Okay. So my point, I think, is made in that, the integration, I understand what you're saying, on an incident, maybe it'd be an elevated level, but on an everyday level, I think the police SRO are pretty much connected to the Pembroke Pines PD because of a natural relationship, work relationship. So I see that of value. Chief, I'm fine with you. Chief Nowinski. I just, there's something I just want to speak to in regards to the agreement. So you showed where your SROs are going to go. They're going to basically go into the middle schools, and the guardians would go into elementary schools, and there would be some sort of, you know, rotation potentially and things like that. So I could not find anywhere other than in an email that the contracts guaranteeing Pembroke Pines are going to get SROs in the middle school. And as a matter of fact, it says that basically we don't have the right to say how those SROs are. It's actually rather silent. I mean, you're saying that there's SROs, but you know, if you come up short, you know, you got to get somebody there, you know, maybe somebody's sick and you have an excess guardian. Nothing in that contract speaks to the fact that there's a guarantee that an SRO is going to be in the middle school.
Well,
So the
well,
importance,
Vice Mayor, you're saying in this contract before us now?
Correct.
So the SROs, I don't, would it be in our contract? They're only asking us for, they're only vending
Well, I'm
for us.
just pointing out the fact that there's a statement they're going to use SROs in the middle school.
Right.
But that is not a guarantee. That is not that's not a contractual obligation. It means that they could change it at any time that they wish.
Chief, are you answer his question? Are you gonna have?
so first of all, if we do have one of our SROs call out sick at one of those three, I do have other SRO staff in the district that are not assigned permanently to another school that would fill in, absolutely. And if we found nobody, got a couple sergeants, I'll send one of them.
No, sir.
And then as far as the contract, as far as I know, the contract that's presented here is for the city of Pembroke Pines to provide coverage at the two high schools, providing 2 SROs at each high school.
Vice Mayor is asking you if the school district of Broward County is committed to providing its own SROs at all of our middle schools.
That's what's on the plan, yes.
It's on the plan, and Mayor, thank you for trying to help them out, but it's not, there's no guarantee. It's not a contractual obligation. We're not getting something that says they're going to guarantee SROs at the middle school. I trust that you're going to do your very best, but I too have been in government, and sometimes you have to adapt, overcome, improvise, right? That's a Marine thing. So,
Can I just say
but-
that might extend also to the guardians, because we're not getting a contract on that either.
Right.
yeah. So, I mean, the whole point is that all we're looking at is just 4 SROs. We're just being reimbursed for 4 SROs of our own. So that just makes it very clear to me that the reality is the only ones that can guarantee SROs at the middle schools or at any schools is us.
Incorrect. Let me correct that, sir. And I have to interrupt you because that's incorrect as a matter of law. The city attorney can chime in whenever he wants. The school board is commanded by the statutes of the state of Florida to have a person in every school. Sam, is that correct? Chief, is that correct?
That is. Yes, it is.
Okay,
That's
so
required.
they're commanded by law to do that.
School
So
board,
it's
school board, Mr. Mayor.
It's correct. That's way above our pay grade. They must provide that. That's the law.
And the only one who can guarantee that a police SRO is in our schools is us.
No, sir.
So,
No,
yes.
under the Florida statutes, the school board of Broward County is commanded to have a armed security guard in every one of their schools, from the Keys to the Panhandle. That's the law in the entire state. Every school board has to do that. And if they don't do that, a parent can bring them into court on mandamus and cause them to do that. That's incorrect.
So I believe that we had a
point of
contract that we
clarification?
just approved. Let me speak.
Point of clarification.
Point of clarification, Commissioner Schwartz.
I totally agree with the mayor. That's the minimum standard armed guard. But the vice mayor is asking about SROs, which is an enhanced version of children protection. That's what he's asking.
The testimony in front of us by the chief is that the district, and we have it in writing to a parent, is that they plan to have district SROs in all of the middle schools, and that the district SROs will also supplement their guardians in elementary schools. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we have no reason to disbelieve them, unless you want to. This is the testimony that's in front of us.
I'm just speaking to contract language. There is no contract language. We all operate.
It wouldn't
off
be
of-
in the contract.
Well, then there's no guarantee.
Okay.
So, one last question for you, is, you also showed a slide on there that had all the hours of training. Who determined those hours of training?
So there's there's a basic set of hours that are set by the state. BSO exceeds that with extra shooting, extra discretionary shooting, things like that. But that is a state mandate with the minimum hours.
So that's a state minimum mandated hours, but the BSO can change
Can
those
exceed that.
hours of training?
Yes, they can exceed
They
those
can
number of
exceed, but
hours.
not go less. Okay. All right. So it's state or BSO.
We good?
Okay.
Okay,
Before.
we're gonna go to the public now. Now, when you come up, I'm gonna be calling you by name. There's 11. You're gonna have three minutes. Please remember. Be good. And it sounds like we're getting somewhere. So the first speaker is gonna be Felipe Ventura. Please state your name, your address, and the city in which you live.
As far as I remember, Pembroke Pines.
There you
Start with
go.
that. Felipe Ventura, 20330 Northwest Second Street, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
You have 3 minutes.
All right, as far as I've been in the city for well over 20 years. I've raised 5 sons here. Every one of them has gone to elementary, middle, and high school and has benefited from these SROs. I stand very clear in my position of how I feel about it. Mayor has heard me. Hernandez has heard me. All of you know me from previous events that I've been here. And I'm honestly disappointed that this is the way it's it. I'm not happy at all. And I think you have a whole audience back here that's not happy at all. And I think it's something that we have to listen to very carefully and take a look at sharpen our pencils, take a look at every cost and take a look at everything we can do to keep this up. Because there is a difference. How much time do I have in that timer?
2 minutes and
All right.
8 seconds.
I know, I'm gonna give you a short story.
Go ahead.
Let's take me one. Little boy named Jimmy. 12 years old, he decided to break into a school and fire off some fire extinguishers. In that same year, in Hialeah, they switched over to the Guardian program versus the school resource officer. Jimmy used to get along with the police officer all the time. He decided to get these little friends that decided to encourage him to go into the school. The windows would pop open very easily. They slip into the windows. They fired off the fire extinguishers, cameras caught them. Next day at school, they were called in and the Guardian called in the police after the fact. Kids were charged with felonies and whatnot. The police officer that was retired or was replaced by the Guardian knew the boy, knew the boy's family, knew the boy's everything. When he heard, he was appalled because he could have handled the situation quite differently. City of Pembroke Pines is a family. If we take that away, it's going to bring other events. That boy ended up with a felony until he was 18 years old. And that boy is sitting in front of you right now. So there's my story. Take it to the bank. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is, Hanifa Aziz. Hanifa Aziz. Get to leave? You went to the bathroom? I'll put her over here. Rosario Mateo. No.
You have to speak or there's no deferral?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, everybody. Good evening.
Please pull that down and your name and address and city for the record.
My name is Rosario Matsu. My address is 20860 Northwest 3rd Lane, Pembroke Pines, Florida, 33029.
Sí, señora.
Mayor Castillo, Vice Mayor Good, Commissioners Shorts, Rodriguez, Hernandez, City Manager Dodge, and the Attorney Forty. Thank you for the time and opportunity to come before you today, address this matter that is an enormous concern to many residents of our great city. I want to first state that I am in no way attacking the Board County School Board, Broward County School Board Police, or Armed Guardian programs. I'm sure that they are trying to do their best with the circumstances they have been presented with. Let me take you back into time, December 2012, where 26 were tragically shot and killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School, Newtown, Connecticut. 20 of those victims were children. The Pembroke Pines Commission at the time had the withdraw to implement Pembroke Pines police officers in every school in the city to include county schools. That city commission, which 2 members of this current commission were on the commission at the time, Mayor Angelo Castillo and Commissioner Ray Short understand that important and annually voted and agreed to have our police officers in every school in our city to include the county schools. The commissions did not differentiate between the charter schools and county schools. They prioritize the safety of all kids in our city, regardless of what school they attended. They understood that at best opportunity to keep our children safe was to have Pembroke Pines police officers in the school immediately. The commission was ahead of its time, knowing that school shootings were only going to continue, and the risk of doing nothing was not an opportunity, regardless of the cost to the city. I believe that I can speak for everyone in this audience today and the entire Pembroke Pines community when I say thank you to you both. I'm sorry, I ran out of my sheet.
You're gonna run out of time.
How much time?
But if you could hand that to the clerk, we
Uh-huh.
will all get a copy of it, and I want to thank you for taking the time to write it and taking the time to read it, and for being a caring and good person, I can tell.
Thank you.
So please hand that to the clerk, and we'll all get a copy of it. Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Hanifa Aziz. She back yet? Do you want to read the back of it? Come on up. Hanifa. Hanifa, I'm going to need your name and address for the record, please. Thank you, ma'am. No, I believe you.
Okay, all right. I live in Pembroke Pines, Silver Lake, 471 Southwest 182nd Way.
Yes, ma'am,
Pembroke
you are
Pines.
recognized for 3 minutes.
Okay. On February the 14th, 2018, less than 6 years after the Sandy Hook tragedy, a mass school shooting happened right in our backyard at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. The mass murder took the lives of 17 innocent victims to indicate students and faculty. One of the students killed was 16 years, Carmen Santorap, the daughter of April Santorap, who was the principal at Pembroke Pines Elementary at the time. I state this to give each of you the perspective of how close to home this tragedy occurred. For the past 12 years, the city has agreed to subsidize the cost to have an officer in each school against the cost paid by the county. Again, we say thank you. There are three simple factors that this commission must meet when making their decisions. First, determine who would provide the best security for our children and school staff. I ask you, if your life depends on it, or better yet, if your kids' life depend on it, who would you rather have responding to their rescue? A Pembroke Pines police officer who you know has gone through a thought and vigorous vetting process to get hired, is equipped with the latest state-of-the-art equipment and has constant and continuously relevant training to include active assailants, technically medical and threat assignment trained, or a guardian who we know nothing about and will have no say in their training or experience. This really is a easy choice. Please look at everyone here in attendance and tell us who would you rather have. In my opinion, the choice is clear. Every logistic person would want a properly vetted, equipped, and trained Pembroke Pines police officers there. We live in the city and have raised our children in this city because we value a certain level of safety and security. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That is so very well written that I'm going to ask you to please send a copy of it to each of your school board members,
Okay, all right.
because this is their decision. Thank you very much. Maria Rosenthal. Maria Rosenthal? Ah. Please state your name, your address, and the city in which you live on the record, please. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Maria Rosenthal. I'm a teacher at Chapel Trail. I live on 19462 Northwest 11th Street in Pembroke Pines
Right around the
for
block.
20-something years. Anyway, so now that we've established, the other ladies have established that the best available option to provide security for our children and staff would be an SRO. Let me see, sorry.
I'm going to pause you.
Okay.
You ready?
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Pembroke Pines officers from the majority of our city county schools are asked to be replaced by guardians. And essentially and unfortunately, this boils down to money versus safety. To be clear, we are in total agreement that the county would be paying the full amount of the cost to have our officers in each city, county school. However, that should not be the expense of at the expense of the safety of our children. Please keep in mind that for over a decade, the city has been subsidizing our current SRO program, receiving just under $65,000 a year for each SRO provided by the city. The school board had proposed a reasonable contract wherein they offered to nearly double the money they would pay for the city. Yet the city rejected that proposal. Every other city in the county has accepted the school board's current offer except Pembroke Pines. By accepting this current contract proposal on this agenda, this commission is telling everybody that money takes priority over the lives and safety of our children. By rejecting the contract, this commission will tell everyone that our kids are worth more than the money the city is currently subsidizing. Again, any logical person knows what the only option is. It is to reject the contract and accept the previous offered contract, ensuring to keep Pembroke Pines police officers in and all the schools in our city. Continue to do what you are currently doing and fight year after year for the increase from the school board. Lastly, Mayor Castillo, you have stated in several forums that it is a district or school decision. Mayor, for years you have sat on this commission and we have witnessed you contest matters at the county, state, and national level that you have felt were against the best interest for the city of Pembroke Pines. Thank you for that. You were elected as mayor because you have always stood firm for the city's causes. We are asking you to do that again. What is more valuable to the city of Pembroke Pines than the safety of our children? The school board made their decision months ago by offering a reasonable contract that every other city has accepted, yet Pembroke Pines has refused to accept it. Why? Over money? The decision to keep Pembroke Pines police officers in our schools over guardians is solely on this governing body. The school board isn't voting on this matter. The 5 of you are. Please don't say it can't be done. You are 6 intelligent individuals, to include City Manager Dodge, sitting in front of us today, entrusted to do what is best for the city. Figure out a way to continue what you made a priority to do 12 years ago.
Okay. I'd also like you to, if you could, please hand that into the clerk. Since you mentioned my name, I'd like to respond a little bit to what you said. To begin with, 8 other cities, if you'd like, 8 other cities in approximately a third of the population in Broward County, because of the size of the cities involved, have guardians in their schools. Approximately 23%, I'm pretty good with math, of their schools are with guardians, and that number will grow because increasingly cities can't live under that cost. It's a 30% difference. If this was 5 or 6%, we'd figure it out. 30% is just too deep in a city that doesn't grow anymore. We're built out. You wouldn't work for 30% less. So what I'm explaining to you is, we went to the school board of Broward County and we offered them a Pembroke Pines police officer in each and every one of their schools at cost. We didn't ask for an admin fee. We didn't ask for overtime, and they use a lot of it. About 60% of our police overtime goes to SRO duty. We didn't ask for a surcharge cost. They said no. The schools are theirs. This is the contract that they presented to us. They have figured out a different plan. What we need to do is we need to feel comfortable about their plan. And the conversation continues. The conversation continues. It doesn't stop. This is simply one stop on the route. So this is what's in front of us. School starts on Monday. We've been ready all along to figure this thing out. So I want to thank you for everything that you say. I want to thank you for living in Chapel Trail. You live right around the block from me, and we'll talk more. I'm very impressed with what you wrote. Okay, next person is Lynn Grossman. Lynn Grossman. Lynn Grossman. Okay. Terry Moody. The Price is Right. It's great to see you. Your name, your address, and your city, please, for the record.
Hi, my name is Terry Moody. I live at 21770 Northwest 8th Place, Pembroke Pines. I've been a Pembroke Pines resident for over 40 years. I'm a school board employee. I work at Chapel Trail Elementary.
You're a teacher?
No, sir, I'm the head custodian.
Beautiful. Go right ahead.
So I can tell you, security work orders are a priority.
Yes, ma'am.
And they get taken care of.
Yes.
Okay. According to the most recent NBC6 report, Commissioner Hernandez is going to propose an SRO rotation. Herein, there will not be an SRO at every campus for the entire school day. Again, this goes against the best option for the safety of our kids and school staff. The fact is, no one can predict where or when an active shooter will decide to cause harm. With an SRO rotation program, the active killer can wait until the roving officer is gone to strike. Studies have shown that active assailants stop their aggression toward innocent victims within seconds of being confronted by law enforcement officers. But based on those studies, the assailants either take their own lives or are stopped by the responding law enforcement officer. By not having an officer present on every campus, the entire school day will only give an assailant more time to injure or worse, kill innocent victims. This past Monday, August 5th, Broward County Sheriff Gregory Tony at a press conference and Broward County School Superintendent Hepburn was also in attendance, addressed the question regarding the issue of vetting school resource officers versus the guardian. The sheriff stated, and I quote, "A guardian will never sustain the wealth, knowledge, or experience of a law enforcement officer as long with any other skill sets, tools, and equipment. But what we're giving them is the skill set to stop these threats as it arrives on campus." Keep in mind that the Broward Sheriff's Office is the agency responsible for training the guardians, and even the sheriff acknowledged the guardians are not as good as the officers. Why would any of you be willing to accept a lesser option when it comes to safety of the children? SROs are there to protect our children, but more importantly, they're there to mentor and provide guidance to help our children lead better and more productive lives. Essentially, they are there to steer our kids away from future issues. Paraphrase Commissioner Hernandez, the relationship of SROs have established with school administrators, staff, and students is from a direct result of their investment in the city because they are part of the community. Guardians and even county SROs will not have that vetted investment. Now that we have, okay.
Please hand it in.
Okay,
so
I
that
will.
we have it.
And I just want to say,
Yes, ma'am.
my grandchild will be with me starting Monday. Most precious thing in my life is that child. I would give her to that man sitting back there and trust him 100% over. I will not trust her to a guardian. Will not. Think of that you'll be a grandfather someday.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I just also want to remind you that, and it's horrible to have to say it, but Marjorie Stoneman Douglas had SROs. And that is, Donald Trump had Secret Service. What we have to do here is not think that there are guarantees in anything. What we have to do here is plan for, are you listening? I was talking to you. What we have to do here is not think that there are guarantees. There are no guarantees. What we have to do here is plan for how to maximize the deterrence. But we also can't live with $2 million worth of debt. We just can't. It's beyond our ability. The next speaker is Janine Tarantola. I'm sorry? If she has do you know her? If she has a statement, could you ask her to send it in? We'll include it in the record. Thank you very, very much. Kristen Max. And I want to thank you all for your patience as we go through this. I want to make sure that everyone who signed up to speak has the opportunity. Kristen, your name, your address, and the city in which you live for the record.
Kristen Max, 20871 Northwest 3rd Court in Pembroke Pines. Now that we have, ready?
Go ahead.
Now that we have clearly established what's best for the safety for our children and school staff, and that this matter boils down to money versus school safety, let's look at how the city can continue subsidizing our established SRO program. With a city budget in the hundreds of millions of dollars annually, we are confident that there are other services that may and could be reduced that does not affect the overall safety and security of our city. On the commission agenda, there is a proposed ordinance to create a citizen budget advisory board. This can be their first assignment, find a way to continue our established and exceptional SRO program with our Pembroke Pines police officers that will not reduce police and fire services. I will conclude with this. It is sad and unfortunate, but the reality is that school shootings are going to continue in this country and possibility in this very city until significant changes are made to ensure school safety. With that in mind, the fact that I have stated here tonight should make this an easy decision for all of you, especially you, Commissioner Hernandez, as this directly affects you since you have 2 children in county elementary schools in our city. For any of you to vote for anything other than having a
Okay,
Pembroke Pines.
let's not cross the line. Continue, but let's not cross the line.
Okay. With that said, I cannot go in good conscience vote for any individual who is willing to sacrifice their children's safety over political agendas. In your cases,
Now
mine
we're,
are still
now
not
we're
made
starting
up.
to cross the line. I'm asking you to please keep the calm. Please, go ahead, continue. I'll give you some more time.
Okay. For the safety of my children, I feel more confident with the SROs in the program. Thank you for your time and consideration in this most important matter. And again, thank you for your service and dedication to the entire city of Pembroke Pines family. Do I still have time?
Yes, you do.
I would also like to reiterate that I have a child in the school. I'm also an ESC specialist at Chapel Trail Elementary, and my son just graduated from 5th grade in the school. And Officer LaBeouf has had a major impact on my son. My son is currently going into Introduction to Criminal Justice in his elective in middle school. And my son is inspiring to be one of those authorities that he looks up to every day. And he needs to see that face every day, not a school board one that would be in and out of a school on occasion.
We have a job for him.
Yes.
And if he wants to be a police officer, he's not going to have much difficulty finding work.
Yeah.
I also want to remind you that since the passage of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act was a serious thing.
Mhm.
Schools got instantly safer because of the standards that were put into place by experts in law enforcement that created the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Act. Terry Moody is shaking her head. You don't think your school is safer than it used to be? Oh, okay. Well, Chief, she says guns are coming into your school. They're gonna call you tomorrow and we'll figure it out. Oh, okay. So that act was a serious thing, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you very, very much. Fran Blocker. The Price is Right. Come on down. Your name, your address, and the city in which you live for the record, please.
My name is Fran Blocker. My address is 19811 Northwest 7th Street,
Yes,
Pembroke Pines, 33029.
You're recognized.
All right. Past my bedtime here, so bear with me. I'm speaking on the importance of keeping SROs in all the Pembroke Pines schools, including elementary. I am a PE teacher at Chapel Trail Elementary. I live in Pembroke Pines for 27 years and I'm a Broward County teacher for 27 years. As the PE coach, my students and I are outside daily, unprotected from the buildings and safety. I see 600 students within 3 days, 10 classes a day. So this decision impacts me directly. My school PE courts are on 196th Avenue, which is, we have a lot of foot traffic along with the soccer fields of West Pines. When I'm teaching and I see a car parked on 196 right by the fence, right by my students, I can radio my SRO and he will get in his squad car and go check out the situation. Or if I see someone walking on 196 with a large backpack and a person stops and he goes to the fence and he tries to get my students' attention, I can radio the SRO and if I am feeling uncomfortable. And unfortunately, I have to do this on a regular basis. Anyone can jump the fence, so I'm always aware of the surroundings. My students know that if I yell, "Move now," that they can get into my class and I will keep them safe. Having an armed guardian is not the same. It is only a weapon on campus. He has no squad car in front of the school, no access to the cameras that monitor our campus playgrounds and our surrounding areas.
I'm not sure, is that correct?
I was told they were not allowed to access the camera.
let's deal with that right now. Is that correct?
So
Okay,
they will be monitoring them on a daily
Yes, ma'am.
basis. Okay. I think that, I feel like the commission needs to choose safety over money. Find the money somewhere. I'm trusting you guys. One incident in our community will bring heartbreak, as we all know, too well from the tragedy at Stoneman Douglas. I ask you to think about your children and your grandchildren. What choice should you make? Keep our SROs in our Pembroke Pines schools. I hope that we choose to move, not go backwards, but to move forward and safety. I am a grandmother and I have children, and I just hope you make those choices.
thank you very much. Another incredibly well-written document. I hope that you will send a copy of that to each of the school board members because this choice is theirs. Thank you very much. Ralph Vieira will be our last speaker. Ralph Vieira. Good to see you, Ralph. Your name, your address, and the city in which you live for the record, please.
My name is Ralph Vieira, 3500 Southwest 185th, Miramar. I used to live in Pembroke Pines for 20 years. My daughter still lives in Pembroke Pines. My grandkids go to Pembroke Pines schools. I did some interesting math for you guys because I thought that would be interesting, even though Commissioner Schwartz did some other ones. So I took your budget of what the SROs will cost for the city of Pembroke Pines to about a budget of $5 million. I wanted to really make it big so that it makes a big impact. I'm a realtor, so I looked up the census numbers of how many housing units you have in the city of Pembroke Pines. You have over 66,000 units in Pembroke Pines. So if you take $5 million divided by the houses, which is 66,000, you're talking about $75 a year it would cost to fund the SROs for the schools for the kids in the city. As a realtor, I have never had a client ask me, find me a city with low taxes. The two top questions are schools, safety. Okay? As a former resident of Pembroke Pines, you guys have one of the best police departments in the county. And I could say that because I used to be a former resident and my grandkids still go to school here and live here, okay? So you want to protect your citizens, the schools and everything else. And what affects property values to continue to go up for you guys to be able to continue collecting taxes is schools, safeties. These officers, everybody talks about why we can't get officers, but nobody wants to talk about the problem why you can't get officers, because you don't pay them enough.
Yeah.
And that's a reality. Who wants to be an officer if I'm not getting paid what I should be paid? Okay? If you ever need an advocate, Mayor, you have my email. I'll be an advocate to get these officers what they should get paid. And as a realtor, I know that those are the top two questions that you guys, as a commission and the mayor, should always be looking out for your citizens. Schools and police.
Thank you so much. Ralph, you're my new favorite guy. And I hope that you will send that, and I hope that the school board will collect that $75 so that we can put our SROs in the schools and get paid for it. Because they need to get paid. That's where that money comes from.
Mayor,
So thank you.
I have a follow-up question for the school board chief.
For the school board chief, yes. Okay. We are now done with public comment. So what's before us now is one more round of discussion. I believe Commissioner Hernandez has a motion, and we have to start taking votes.
Okay, Chief. I want to be mindful of the question I'm asking, and certainly I don't want to breach any security protocols. I don't want you to identify any specific campus. In Pembroke Pines, is every campus in 100% compliant with the MSD law? With respect to single point
Commissioner?
entry?
Commissioner,
Yes,
I need you to stay to the contract.
it is on the contract, sir.
No, it's not on the contract. Our contract is for 2 SROs in high schools. We've had a lot of discussion, but if you have these kinds of side questions, which are important,
You can ask him on the side, but we need to stay to the contract or we will stray off into the stratosphere.
Sure, let me ask a more direct question.
Okay.
Chief, you had said that you have no issues with Pembroke Pines SROs coming on campus. Would you agree tonight to allow the status quo and give the school board of Broward County, the school board members, more time to have discussions so they can actually see the draft that's in front of us tonight? Would you agree tonight to allow us to start Monday morning with SROs on every campus, status quo?
Commissioner, the police chief does not have the authority to answer that question. And Mr. Dodge has told me that is it the first week, Charlie, or for the first 2 weeks? What can people expect during the first week at school? Aren't the SROs going to be there?
I've had conversations with our police chief and he has assured me for a proper transition. I don't know if you have all your guardians in place, but we will be at our schools until we know exactly what.
We would never not.
So there will be
transition.
SROs in all of
So
our schools.
You can expect to see us on Monday morning and they'll be there until you're ready to go. And of course, we will transition with you. So, Commissioner, any other questions?
Not for the chief, but,
Okay.
but I do have a question for the city manager. City Manager Dodge, this contract is only impacting Broward County Public Schools. Is that correct?
This contract only impacts the city of Pembroke Pines with Broward County Schools.
Correct. All of our charter schools, elementary schools have SROs?
All of our city charter schools do have SRO.
The private charter schools who have elementaries, they have Pembroke Pines SROs?
There's no such thing as a private charter school.
Well, meaning privately managed, non-municipal owned and operated.
There are other charter schools who do contract with the city and they do reimburse us the full cost of an SRO, which is closer to, I think, to around $150,000 or $160,000, not the 103.
Okay, and my final comment to the city manager. Earlier, we had an exchange with respect to dollars, and I have the greatest respect for you, and I know it's mutual.
Commissioner, could you speak into the
Sure.
mic?
I said earlier in the evening, we had a little exchange, and I just wanted to be clear that I am in full support of everything that you're doing for us, and there may have been a slight math issue. Whether it's 3 cents or 4 cents,
Or $75, which I think
or
is closer.
$75 a year, which is $6 a month, I want to use common sense. And I will not support the amendment that is going to be proposed for the purposes of, I want the status quo. We can work this thing out. We have the money. It's not $2 million over a period of 3 years. We are talking about roughly just under $700,000, which leads to Mr. Vieira's math of $75 a year, $6 a month, $1.50 a week, 25 cents a day.
Commissioner, it's $750,000 plus the overtime, plus the admin cost, plus they came and changed their plan on their schools.
Certainly, Mayor, we can agree to
what?
To debate the issue. I know where my core is at.
Okay.
I am back in that.
I'll tell you where your core was on October 16, 2019, when you said there's absolutely no reason, this is 5 years ago, there's absolutely no reason why the second largest city in this county should need to use general fund money in order to cover a Broward County school responsibility. I'll tell you where you were on May 1st, when I asked you all, do not send us on a fool's errand if you're not willing to stand behind what you're saying. You talked about, I want to give them one more opportunity to figure out how to make us whole. You said, I want Pines to pay our uniform officers better, but this deal continues to put us in the hole. You said, me and the mayor are in lockstep on this issue. Not that I care about locksteps. That's another throwback.
I'm looking forward to seeing a new vision that helps us to save money. And I said, there are a range of actions, a contract action, a letter, a call, a workshop, a meeting. What do you want to do? And you all said, we want them to go up and negotiate. And then I said, don't slip from where you're at, because they will play this as Pines is putting money ahead of safety. I said it at the meeting, and no one said a word. And when I said, let's defer this till we have a fifth, you said, no, the four of us can handle it. So that's where you were then.
So Mayor, if we could ensure that I agree with everything that was just said. The issue I'm raising with what you said is in the context of how you raised it.
Well,
At no point, going back to Sandy Hook, when we had $148,000 coming out of our budget, did I feel it was our responsibility to do it. However, the steps that are
sir,
required.
the nation was
Are
on
you going
alert
to
then.
interrupt me, Mayor? Or are you going to let me finish?
But go ahead.
Whether it's 2013 or 14, every year that the contract came up, I virtually said the same exact thing. At some point, the bills have to be paid. However, that doesn't change my position that I want to Pines SRO on every single campus. It's about reimbursement. That's the issue. Now, it takes me back to December 13th. Speaking to the chief, I was right in front of C.B. Smith Park.
These people don't do anything.
I said, Chief, what can we do? And he had a plan. And Mayor, you and I, at the very next meeting, executed that plan. And for the last 11 years, we have been doing exactly that. Now, getting back to Mr. Dodge whether it's 3 cents or 4 cents, I want to use common sense. And it's incredibly important that we continue to speak to Tallahassee, our legislatures. Tory Austin has already said he agrees paying us full 100% cost. He's only one of 9. Foggin-Holy wants to pay us 100%. That's 2. They're the 2 district commissioners over Pines right now. School board member Zeman called me, asked me to support the 3-year deal. Okay, but there wasn't going to be an increase in funding. He never said, I want guardians in Pines. So what happened after those conversations, letter goes out, there's been some back and forth. We have custodians, we have teachers, we have grandmothers, we have parents who are expecting us to do the right thing. And the right thing is not to go out on the cheap. We can have our principles without compromising our position. We certainly agree. I don't think any of us up here thinks that it is the Pembroke Pines' responsibility to pay the Broward County School Board's bills. I don't think there's one of us up here.
But let's do it anyway.
Tonight we are, at least as far as this guy goes.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that we continue the message. We have an awesome opportunity. For the first time ever, we went from, Mr. Dodge, with 65,000 to 103 to 115 to $120,000 in 3 years. We've never seen that before.
Wow.
Okay, so why not take the opportunity to continue the conversation? Listen,
we will continue the conversation.
I spoke to Superintendent Hepburn at the Broward League of Cities in May, right after we voted. I am a proponent of raising salaries for law enforcement all across the state of Florida. And if we are, and I hope to be one day, the highest paying city for law enforcement, we will always be running at a deficit. If we are the highest,
The Broward County School Board isn't gonna match Pines when there's other cities that are paying less. So we're always gonna be in that position.
Okay.
And you know what? $6 a month? It's a no-brainer for me. Look,
All right,
I think
we gotta-
finally,
Let's bring it
finally,
in.
the Broward County School Board attempted to have their own police force. It's not workable. Financially, it's not doable. But we can have partnership. And I want to have a partnership with the Broward County School Board. Let's ask them to put the May 1 deal back on the table. The issue I had back on May 1, Mayor, was they asked for a 3-year deal. First time they've ever done that.
Right.
I wanted a 1-year deal, go year to year, and we can
They
continue
won't
the
do it.
conversation. And they just didn't have the appetite to do that, at
Nope.
least some of the members.
No, they won't do it.
Okay, but let's not be, let's not chase our journey on this one night.
All right, Commissioner, thank you. We're gonna move on.
Mr. Mayor, so
You wanna bring this in?
I do, but I want to ask the chief.
Yeah.
Not ours, not Vargas. There we go.
Masowitz.
I don't know if you had a pen and a pad, but there were many concerns brought up by teachers in my children's school, by staff in my children's school. I'd like at least a summary of what you heard and how you would respond to it, because I know you responded to one of those questions that your guardians have access to the security system, and any other issues that were raised.
The lack of training, the lack of experience, it's just not true. Looking at the qualifications that our guardians have, remember, they are ex-military. I don't know anybody who goes in the military for a short time. He's at least 4 years. So ex-military, ex-law enforcement, ex-corrections, ex-federal officers, because we have a couple that were federal agents. You just don't forget that experience, right? When you retire, technically, I retired from Miramar. Didn't forget my experience. I'm still a police officer, right? Actually, well, I'm chief of police now, but still a police officer, right? So you don't necessarily forget those skills, right? You need to hone them in, right? And practice them, but you still have that experience. Whether it's use of force, whether it's crimes in progress, knowing what you know as a police officer. Like I said, whether it's our SROs, who most of them are either retired police officers, or our guardians who obviously have that experience. Weapons handling, the whole gamut, they have that experience. So as much as I respect everybody's opinion on that, they may not be, some people say they're not as good. I say they're as good or sometimes better than some of our regular police officers. They've been around. So that's just one thing. I'm going to put that at ease, that the training is there, the experience is there, and we're there.
Okay, so, I mean, I can agree with some of what you said, but going back to my original comments, and again, it's not directed at you. I have one very, very big problem. And I'm going to ask you, Sam, to explain this, because we don't choose the circumstances that we are in. So that's why my initial question from the very, very beginning is, what do we have before us tonight? And I think it's critical because, listen, with all due respect to my colleagues on this commission, there's no one more emotional, more concerned about this than me. I'm going to Chapel Trail Elementary School on Monday. I'm dropping my daughter off there, okay?
Commissioner, what's before us tonight is a contract.
Well, no, wait, but the legal eagle over there. Okay, I want to understand what is before us tonight, A. B, if we do not approve this because nothing makes sense, I mean, that's why I want to take 2 Tylenol right now. Nothing makes sense. Going back to The agreement presented to us is supposed to be effective. It's on the paper, August 5th. So I want everyone to understand that. We didn't agree to it. School board didn't agree to it. We didn't negotiate this. Apparently someone at the Broward League did. I wasn't here, which makes me most frustrated because on May 1st, we still hadn't made the appointment. I wasn't appointed till 15 days later. So what I'm trying to do is land the plane and understand what the hell are we voting on? Because this is an agreement that has not been executed by the school board. This is an agreement that we were basically, from what I saw, said, they told us, take it or leave it. And I need to understand this better because it becomes emotional, but obviously we have a job to do. What is this in front of us, this agreement? Are we under an obligation to take it right now? Because my understanding is that the superintendent and his team have said, this is what you got. Initially, as I said before, my understanding, I was not in those rooms. The school board did not even offer at the time an SRO in middle schools. My understanding is the city of Pembroke Pines pushed to have, at a minimum, SROs in middle schools, along with guardians. And again, yeah, when was it? Okay, after May. So the commissioner, if you can't hear him, he just confirmed what I was saying. So it's frustrating, and I understand the $6, Commissioner, but I don't even know that I could vote on that because that's a budget item, and we're not in the budget. So the budget's not till September. So that's, Sam, if you could please explain to me what we as a commission must do tonight on the agreement staring at me in this on this computer.
May I respond, Mayor?
Yes.
Couple of observations. As I said earlier during the questioning that you offered on the record, the document before you is the only legal document that has been proposed by the professionals and the superintendent of schools of the Broward County School Board, which is legally before you. It's legally before you because it's been delivered to the school, from the school district to the city through the auspices of our city manager. It has been properly noted and advertised, posted. It complies with county laws in the context of notice to the public who were given an opportunity to be heard this evening. The mayor provided that opportunity during the public hearing so that the document can be considered by you as a formal proposal and offer from the school board to proceed based upon this agreement. So this is legally before you. So what can you do with the document? We have a couple of choices. The first of which, you can approve it as is. And you can say, this is the best we're going to get. This is the document that we can live with as a public body. And if by majority vote, this commission approves this document this evening, it goes back to the school board for approval. Because at this point, it is a
Technically, though, it's
well, I'm just,
it's August 5th. It's effective.
I
I don't know whether they laugh or cry. What does that mean?
I can't change the calendar. We are where we are. The second aspect, you'd asked the question about, what if you modified it? Well, if you made suggested changes to the document, those changes would have to go back to the school board for consideration, and they'd have to potentially say yay or nay, or they could counter propose to you.
Here's then, okay.
One more thing, if I can, just
Go ahead.
Commissioner, just to give you the third option. If you reject it, I know there's been discussion this evening about the May 1 document. That May 1 document, good, bad, or indifferent, is not in front of the commission this evening legally, and it can't be revived. It's legally been rejected by this proposal being submitted by the superintendent. So it's not in existence.
Correct.
Unless it's revived by the school board.
Well, and someone said it, so let's clarify. There's no document, there's no May 1 contract offer this is what you're saying on the table. In other words, this wonderful piece of paper is all that is offered, okay? And the school board, not you, again, not insulting you, sent it to us and said, have at it. And school starts Monday. So I have to ask you, Chief, okay. You've heard from a dozen moms, teachers, school personnel, residents, okay? You have no legal authority to do anything. I understand that. This is a board action. There are a lot of really upset folks here, specifically because of the elementary schools. I haven't heard comments on the others because we've discussed high schools have the SROs. You all are helping with the middle schools. But my concern and why I am just incredibly frustrated are the elementary schools. I don't know how to word this correctly without, we're getting into the legal parameters and I'm not an attorney. Okay. I want to know if there is a way to ask Broward County Public Schools personnel, okay, to revise this agreement to pay I'm not even going to ask 100% because they've already told us, no, I'm not going to spin my wheels and waste my time. To pay for a portion of, there are 9 elementary schools with SROs right now that are Pembroke Pines Police. They're saying we're paying 0. Sam, is there a legal way to direct our team to go back to them and say, you have to pay a portion of the 9 elementary school SROs? Within a 2-week period, that conversation would have to take place. Is that a possibility?
May I respond, Mayor?
Yes.
I'm just a lawyer, but I understand the issues that relate to public health and safety. I'm not dispassionate about the impact of those things that have been discussed this evening as your lawyer, as the city's attorney. If you propose a change to this document, if you propose a modification of any sort, kind, or description, which even impacts the issue of revisions to pay additional dollars, it becomes a counter proposal back to the school board. Theoretically, you could accept the document and then make that request, if that were the case, to get something in place between now and then. But anything that you conditionalize, you put any conditions or requirements on a delivery back to the school board, that's not what they submitted to you. The theoretically good faith delivery by the school superintendent on a formal basis is in fact this document before you. Although I fully understand and embrace what you're trying to accomplish, the contract theory under Florida law would be that you would, if you respond back with a suggestion, albeit a good faith one, and one which may meet certain criteria that the commission would like to establish, the school board can reject it.
Okay, question. Would a layman's interpretation of what you said is our feet are in concrete here? In other words, we're stuck as a city commission.
No, I wouldn't go that far, but you're asking the questions to the attorney.
Right.
I think that there is that plan C where we take this and we add a layer and we continue to work on
this being agreement, you're saying?
Yeah, you
Okay.
take the agreement and you add the layer of what your original, as I understand it, amendment was going to be, that you create this roving unit and you get them to focus on the elementary schools to bolster SRO presence in the elementary schools. And what I like about that is that it also gives the chief, all of the chiefs, an opportunity to assess this together as a team. He's already talked about how they work as a team. So it starts to assess how it's going on, even as we voluntarily sort of extend the transition. In fact, I don't have a problem from my point of view doing that. I liked what you said before about the SROs. This is going to piss off Charlie, but I think that offering the SROs an additional SRO payment for 6 months until the next bid comes up. Don't you guys bid for, and does that happen like in 6 months? Something like that? I think that's fair because it's not the SRO's fault, and they haven't been able to bid on an assignment. So just keep them whole. Why wouldn't we do that? I think that begins to create a structure. So long as we're all together in the concept of we're going to continue to negotiate this. This isn't a destination. This is a journey. We want to get to the point where every school has SROs and they're paid for.
Point of clarification.
That's always been our goal. So I would recommend that we try that approach to see whether or not there's some critical, massive support here for it. I like the idea of bolstering it under our watch, the SROs in the schools.
I'm attracted to that concept because it sort of places a new layer on top of what we have that's only good. No bad can come from that.
Point of
It's-
clarification.
Yes,
Mayor, you're entitled to your viewpoint. But to say that there's good and bad, that is only your viewpoint.
well, I'm stating my viewpoint. What is your clarification?
My clarification is there's a drop in service. Right now, we have 100% coverage, 100%.
No, that's not a
time
point of
from bell to
clarification. That's a
bell.
comment. Hold on to that comment and I'll get to you. I was talking to Commissioner Hernandez. So that's where I think that we can possibly move this forward. Charlie and I met with the superintendent. This is as good as it gets. If they change the contract for us, they have to change it for everyone, and they're not there yet. They wouldn't even give me promptly.
The word, yes.
So, you know, I think that you have to live in the world that you're in. And I don't know whether you've changed your mind, but if you want to make that amendment, it's worth a try. School starts Monday. We need to do something. We can't continue.
Clarify that for me.
We can't, huh?
Clarify that for
School
me.
starts Monday. We need to have a contract in place so that we can get paid something.
Okay, Sam and maybe the mayor can answer this. Is it possible, okay, given everything we've laid out here, if we approved the contract but held in place for a period of, let's just say, I'm going to throw something out, December 15th, once Christmas vacation, Ms. Rosendahl and folks, when does that start? 23rd. It gets later and later. It's going to be Noche Buena. We're going to be in school. Sorry about that. But for a period of time, we have coverage of SROs at our elementary schools, and to Commissioner Schwartz and the mayor's discussion, okay? If this, you've had 3 school board members discussions with them?
That's a fair statement.
No, and other administration officials.
The superintendent directly, yes.
Okay. Mr. Dodge, have you had other conversations with school, either the superintendent, and if so, or some senior leader, and if so, when was that last conversation?
I am not, excuse me, I have not had any further conversations since our last meeting with the superintendent. However, if the instructions is for us to continue that, we certainly can do that.
Okay. I still think this sucks, but I appreciate what you're saying, Mayor, and I understand about the agreement. Based on what Sam is saying, it's incredibly challenging to look at this and make a modification and start school Monday. I think we need an agreement in place, but what can we do as a city in the meantime, if that means that we hold the 9 SROs in place, working with your personnel for an established period up to, I would say, Christmas vacation. I hope, can someone check if it's December 23 on your phones, please? That's why you're absolutely sure, because I am making a legal motion which may go up or down, and I need a date. Do we have a consensus that it's December 20? Okay,
We're pulling up the school board calendar for you.
okay, I'll put the Jeopardy music, just check it out, please.
You can make it effective until the December break, so then you don't have to worry. about it.
Illegally, I can say December break and not violate the law?
I would think so. So you're not worried whether it's the 19th or 20th this morning.
If I may respond there,
Yes,
so long as there's a place to hang your hat that says that there is a qualified date that you're referring to that we can adopt later, but the answer is yes.
What do we call it? December break, winter break, what do we call it? Wait, too many, I need one. Okay, but what do we, I have to get legal here in the motion. It is called school break, what is it called? Winter break, okay. Sam, are you writing this down? Because I'm not gonna remember everything.
Getting close.
Okay. I'm trying to thread the needle here, guys. I really am. I understand what we have in front of us. I understand that our cops are losing out on pay because of a displacement. You know, so many people we gotta take care of here. So, Mayor, with your permission, I'm gonna try and make this motion. Don't know didn't you had a question? I'm sorry, Maria. Commissioner Rodriguez.
I think I had a couple of things that I wanted to say. So one of the things that a lot of the speakers brought up is that these guardians wouldn't necessarily have the same relationship that our SROs do. And I commend our SROs. I know I had my SRO when it was Broward, and now I see him in this capacity, you know, as a
You're a
police
West
officer.
Broward graduate, correct?
West Broward graduate. So I understand that these relationships have been built, and I don't want to say that it's going to really affect my decision on this, but I did want to clarify that those relationships, while really strong, I think the same way we change teachers, the same way we change principals, the same way we change so much faculty in school, gives us the opportunity to make relationships with somebody else. I appreciate the comments that were made, but I just didn't feel completely okay with those comments because of my personal experience, because we had Mr. Traker at West Broward High School, if anybody remembers.
I remember.
Switch, and every principal that came after
He's
was.
a Flanagan, right? Or-
No,
It's
he's
better and better.
way retired.
Oh, wait, wait.
But, you know, those relationships change, and that is a factor of living in the society that we live in the fact that people eventually retire. And those relationships are there, but what if those SROs officers happen to be at retirement age or at drop or anything like that? That's just a thought to have. And I understand we have emotional connections with certain officers, but it doesn't mean that you can't build those relationships again with somebody else. I'm going to assume, because I spoke to commissioners in other cities that have your guardians, and I'm told that they have similar relationships with their students. And we're creatures of like habit, and we're accustomed to our specific relationships. However, certain things change as the commission changes, like administration changes. And I know that this hits home because this is the safety of your children. And I know it was my safety and it was my little brother's safety, all of those things. But I just wanted to make a comment on that because the relationships do change. And there's plenty of other things, God forbid anything happened to their SROs, we don't have to just bring somebody new. So just, you know, a commentary on that. And then the other thing that I wanted to say is we're trying to put all these puzzle pieces together to make this work some way, somehow. We are underpaid, or we're subsidizing about 610,000 per year. I'm seeing here that one of the proposals is that you guys come in with your police officers that I assume have the same, at least minimum training, because that's the state statute, to come into our middle schools. Is there any wiggle room? Is there a space to propose that they're able to keep, that they bring in that for the middle schools, and that we maintain our elementary school officers? I understand that might not fully encompass the deficit that we're taking on, but I would assume that it would at least minimize it a little bit. But I don't know, like, it's just an idea that came up while in conversations with this. So I don't know what the legal ramifications of that, or if that's a possibility for us to do.
The conversation that we had, if you want to call it negotiations, it was basically a presentation. You take it or not, but your concept that if the district would continue to have their sworn officer as the SRO in the middle schools, and there's 3 of them, yes, that would be a savings if they provided the school police, Broward County School Police SROs in those schools. So that would be somewhat of a savings. The 9 in the elementary that I understand Commissioner Hernandez has suggested, to maintain till December 20th or till
According
winter
to
break.
them, it's winter break, what you guys said. If I have to word it on a specific date,
It's December 20th.
20th, do I have to make the actual date in the text or when?
Just make, if I may respond, Mayor, just reference to what it's colloquially called.
Okay,
Winter break, summer,
Winter break.
as opposed to summer break. It's winter break. Whatever that date falls into, that's the date.
So the suggestion that Commissioner Rodriguez is making would provide some savings in that regard, as long as your motion is to continue to have those dialogue with the school board of Broward County to see what they would do as far as compensation for the 9 elementary schools.
meaning you're saying that her motion or the text of the motion that she's talking about, whoever makes it, is also to provide direction to city administration to return to the school district for ongoing conversations. Am I understanding that correctly?
That would be my understanding of your motion if you want to continue
What do you
this to
think,
December,
Commissioner Rodriguez?
to continue have conversations.
Before you all make a motion, can I at least have some conversation in here?
Oh, I've been looking at you like, hey, let's go.
Well, y'all dominating, and
Yeah.
I'm letting you vet it. So-
And I'll finish up on one point. I'm also a firm believer that this conversation that we're having about school safety does have a root cause that no one has mentioned, and maybe we won't mention because people have like different points of view. But I urge all the parents who very much organized to be here, because I saw you guys passing papers, you guys are all teachers, that collective action is incredibly important, and it's a civic duty that you guys are participating in this, not just as parents or grandparents or things like that. That action that you guys are lobbying is the wrong word, but like are advocating, yes, you're advocating to us. I implore you that you also take that advocacy up to your state representatives, up to Tallahassee, because we have to go into a referendum because we're not given enough money by the state. So I really appreciate you guys all coming together and staying way past that time, till 10:30 p.m. And I don't want this moment to be lost, and we're just going to, be here, and Pembroke Pines is the end all be all for our community. The advocacy that you guys are doing, and I'm listening very intently and taking notes, that is also something you can do to make sure that, as Commissioner Short said, you go up to Tallahassee and I'll go up with you. Like, let's rent a bus, let's all go together and let's talk to the governing body of all of this, because we're supposed to be a partnership here in Broward County, a partnership with our school, with our schools, with our cities, with the county as a whole. And then we forget that there is this higher power, and that we're coming here, we're like arguing between one another when we actually should be angry, if we're angry or like emotional, towards a little bit higher up. And what I'll just say is this is a great opportunity for us to understand that the advocacy happening here should kind of go up the chain of command as well. And that's all I'll say.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, always great to be able to listen to conversation. We all hear that phrase, it takes a village to raise a child, right? I mean, it sounds like we're in that situation because we're in a position where, Pembroke Pines community takes care of their children. When we talk about the Pines Police Resource Officers, one of the benefits is that it does reinforce the department's community policing philosophy. It promotes a positive relationship between our children and our police. And I've heard many of you already say that several times. And it has positive ramifications, not just inside the school, but outside the school. So we're sitting here trying to figure out what to do, right? So we're working for a solution. And the most interesting thing in this is, it was mentioned earlier, I believe even by Commissioner Schwartz, speaking about, why are we constantly working against each other? Why is Pembroke Pines working against the school board? Why are we in a constant state of flux? Why can't we not work together? And now it's obvious that we're gonna have the community work with us as well. I mean, we can work towards a solution, trying to find a way to get the appropriate funding from legislation. Everybody starts, you know, Commissioner, you just now referenced about everybody writing to their legislators, right? Well, we get lobbyists and we can do the same thing too, but we should work together with the school board in order to make this work in terms of funding situation. And not just that, though, we have to work on a model that the public can trust, because I hear a lot of non-trust. This is kind of rushing a little bit too fast, it seems, right now. You know, what do they say? Put the cart before the horse. Sounds a little bit to me like that. You know, I heard a little bit about, you know, too, about, you know, the potential for, you know, having a roving stuff. I gotta say, that's almost a little bit hypocritical in the sense that we are talking about money, but yet we're willing to spend money to create a special SR roving unit.
But that's not what I heard, sir.
Well, okay, so,
That's not what I heard.
all right, well,
What I heard was that the positions are already budgeted, so they're paid for. It's a question of deployment.
well, you would have to take them out of a school to do that.
No,
So,
they'd be on the road.
anyways,
They've been taken out of the school by the plan.
and who's paying for them?
We are paying for
That
them.
would pay out of the general fund, right? And
They're
it would be
already,
for SROs,
they're already
to
budgeted.
do SRO stuff though.
Well, they're getting this
So,
3%.
that seems a little bit hypocritical to me, no offense. But let's move on. So, you know, we need to find a way to work together. You know, Commissioner, Schwartz, you know, made a reference about how much money we've made. I mean, we're talking about 2018, you know, we had $46,000 reimbursed. 2021, 61, 2023, we got 103. This year, it was 108. I mean, that's substantial amount of increase of funding. We're getting closer and closer to that level, that full level of funding. So I think working together, we can probably get there. But here's the most important thing that I want us to pay attention to in this process tonight. We just approved an item tonight. That item was $13 million going to the charter school system.
Mhm.
And you know where that's going to go?
Teachers,
It's going to go
Buildings.
into a reserve, because today we already have a reserve in the charter school system. So this $13 million is going to go right into reserve. So now we have $13 million available to us to kind of try to offset some costs that are occurring in our charter schools, right?
teachers,
Okay, so
buildings.
so the question that I have here, you keep saying, but let me share this though. Mr. Manager, you know, has the city been providing SROs to the charter schools?
Yes, we have.
And how many SROs do we provide to the charter schools?
We provide, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe.
We have two academic.
We have,
And
Wait.
Chief, can you answer that question, please?
I don't know, the chief could probably do this. There may be 6.
I
don't
have a
think
point of
it's 7.
clarification for,
But,
the Vice Mayor.
the issue that you talk about,
Chief,
the issue that you talk about with the 13
Well,
million.
Mayor, I have a point of clarification.
What's your point
I
of
thought the 13 million we're referring to is regarding a referendum that took place.
No,
What are,
$13 million is, the district was ordered.
correct?
What is the district was ordered to pay that amount in arrears of, that's money that they should have paid us and they refused to do so. And then there was a settlement and that money is coming in, as I understand it, over 3 years.
And I believe the Department of
And it has to
Education.
be, and it has to be used in the school.
Right.
Correct,
Education
and those monies are portioned on an annual
To the charter
basis, will be used within the charter school.
But another
And
point
they
of
also will be
Can't be
used for
used
the
outside of
SROs.
Okay, but
in the
another
charter
point of clarification, we're saying charter schools, and I think it's critical to differentiate. The charter schools we're referring to are Pembroke Pines.
Correct.
That's correct.
Charter schools.
Correct.
For the benefit of the audience, I don't want them believing that a privately managed charter system is receiving a cent of the 13 million that are coming to Pembroke Pines.
They're getting their own money.
Correct. Yeah, that was my point of
Yeah,
clarification.
so it's $13 million to the Pembroke Pines charter system. So Chief, how many SROs do you have in the Pembroke Pines charter school system?
5 campuses, 7 SROs.
7 SROs.
Yes, sir.
So we're sitting here, and just kind of bear with me a little bit for the math, right? So, oh, I'm sorry, quick question. How are they funded?
They will be funded through part of that reimbursement we've got from.
So they
the-
will be, meaning they
That's
are, they
correct.
have not been. They've been,
No,
they've been paid by general
They had
fund.
not before because they kept the money.
Okay.
from us.
they kept the money from
Okay,
it.
okay,
And,
that's
and,
fine.
and
So,
I think the
listen.
point, we're saying is we are taking care of our own and,
Okay,
we're
listen,
handling
my-
that and the
my-
school district isn't.
My question was answered. We are paying for them out of general fund. So if you take, now you're gonna start paying for them out of the charter school fund, that $13 million we got. We just now opened up 7 positions that were funded out of general fund. 7 positions. And we're only looking at 12. So you can actually replace by using those general funds that you just freed up from the charter school to fill 7 of those SRO positions.
No, we can't because, if I may, Mayor, the charter school budget is a separate budget, $50 million,
Right.
maybe 55. But that is its own enterprise.
I got that, but right now, you got to understand that we're providing SROs, police SROs, using general fund dollars.
Not the
To a charter
last,
school
not
system.
not the last school year, nor in the proposed budget.
There's a separate.
And the
line
proposed
item.
budget is because we've got the $13 million. That's what I'm trying to share.
Um,
Just think about that for a minute.
I am, and I just want to make, I just want to make sure that the glasses are clear. The Pines Charter School budget, we actually have, we have multiple budgets that we passed because we have FSU, which is a non-Broward County school thing. Then we have the Broward County chartered charter school fund. So we have a combined fund, but 2 separate budgets, one for FSU charter and then everything else. All of those, every line item in there, whether it be HR, finance, police officers, or towels for the bathroom, have to come out of that budget. It does not come out of the general fund that comes off of our millage rate. Okay? It's a completely separate fund.
I ask you to take a look and find out where the SROs that are currently serving the charter schools, where that funding's coming
It's
from.
coming directly,
It's coming from-
directly out of the Pembroke Pines Charter School.
No, it's not.
by its mayor.
No, it's not.
Well,
No, it's not. And that's what I'm trying to bring
The
out.
money we recently received will be coming out of there.
It will be, but
But I
I'm
mean,
just
the
trying,
money is there.
but we're
We
talking
haven't
about,
spent it for the next school.
But now,
fine. And that's great, because now we got that money that doesn't have to come from the general fund. It's going to come from the charter school fund, and it frees up 7 positions of general funded, what has been general funded positions. So if you take that, it almost is like a wash in the sense that you move those general fund positions into the charter schools as they are today. Now, what I'm trying to say is that I don't think we're going to see a general fund hurt. We're going to see a general fund improvement. Right now, you speak about $600,000 a year because of the 16. But if you are now funding for your funding, you're going to get a wash. That's what this contract says, right? We're going to have, it's a net zero. And then you're going to be able to fund 7 more with the general fund monies that just got freed up. You're only talking about another 3 positions, or excuse me, another 5 positions. And what is that then to us? It's about $200,000 a year, not $600,000. And for us,
can I just
able-
respond to that for a second?
Now I'm seeing your point.
Can I
Yeah,
just
so
respond to-
if you go from 600 to 200, I think that we could still roll status quo for the year continue to do what we need to do in terms of finding out what's the solution in terms of getting better funded, what is the opportunity to find a model that the public trusts. And tomorrow, on Monday, it's going to start no matter what, because why? Here's the issue. Everybody's worried about us in a contract. Well, dang it, for the last year, we have not had a contract.
2 years, Vice Mayor.
For 2 years. So what's the point?
Okay.
We
hold
just
on.
keep
Hold on,
moving forward.
Hold on.
And just put our officers are going to be there Monday and just do it for a year. And the school is not going to stop and say, don't do it. We don't like that.
Charlie,
I think we're in a good
I'm
place.
listening to what Vice Mayor is saying, and it sounds good, but I don't see the math. Let's step back.
If I may, Mayor?
Yeah, explain to me, because it
the-
sounds like we're taking a $2 million hole and making it a $4 million
It's
hole.
still taking city money to pay for it.
No, we had a $2 million hole before, and
Right.
now it's sounding more like a $4 million hole. So explain to us, what he's saying is, once the charter schools can start paying for their own SROs again, it frees up money in the police department. I agree with that.
Correct.
The police department now needs that money to go hire more cops.
Correct.
And not to pay for security in the schools. If we go back into that place, we're gonna now be spending more money to do their job. So I think but that's a different question though, if you're deploying people. So if you have a roving unit, okay, and they're already in the budget, but they're on the road part of the time and they're supplementing schools as SROs the other part of the time. And PS, having more cops on the street is a great way to keep schools safe also. Because they're doing community patrols, especially around the schools. That's a different scenario than substituting SROs. All you're doing is substituting the SROs the police were paying for rather in the Pembroke Pines charter schools, for SROs that are going to be deployed into the public schools. That's not a savings. That's added cost.
It leaves us with not a $600,000.
Mr. Manager, you understand
impact,
budgets better than
$200,000.
both of us together. Explain.
No, he knows. too.
Am I off base?
He knows.
Explain it.
The issue, Mayor, is that there was a deficit, let's say, of 700,000 for the next fiscal year. If you enter into this, this is what we were attempting to negotiate with School Board of Broward County. I mean, we didn't have to save the money in the charter school in order to fund the 700,000. If you wanted to put it in your budget, you could put it in your budget. The issue was one of equity. If this is a function and a tax-supported school system that they receive tax funds for, they should pay that cost. That's all it's about.
And
It's not about we don't have the money to do it. It's who has the responsibility for that
But this is
expenditure.
not about a business deal. This is about the safety of our children.
We're
This
not
is
saying
about
anything about
having the trust of our community that we're doing the right thing. There's already demonstrated proof that we've moved a long way from being reimbursed a small amount to a much larger amount. And I think if we keep it up, and Mayor, and you are a champion for us in this. And I'm saying, I think we hold the status quo. We still just operate our schools the way we are this year. And you continue to do what you do and putting this issue in front of everybody, because you're very good at doing that.
Well,
And right now, today, I think this is an excellent thing that's happening right
yes, it
now.
is.
But I just think right now it's putting the cart before the horse, sit there and say, no, let's take this contract and be
Here's-
done with it and let these other folks do.
Here's
some
where
stuff.
I think there is a possible solution. And I'm hearing what you're saying, and I appreciate the creativity. And these are tools in the toolbox that we can potentially use. I think because school is coming on Monday, and because this has been foisted on us now last minute, I think this is what we should do. We should entertain a motion to create a special unit that can supplement their SROs in the elementary schools. You now have in essence, between their contribution and our contribution, full-time equivalent, partnership on SROs in our schools. And yet, for the other half of the day, they're out there, keeping the community safe, and they're paid for because it's already in the budget. The only difference is the 3% SRO, which to me is a matter of equity. I don't think any of us disagree with that. As you do that, you continue to negotiate this contract going forward. You continue to monitor how well it's going. Because if we see the slightest sign, and I say this with great respect to Chief, to you and your command staff, we see the slightest sign that this isn't working, it's going to end up back here and we're going to have to recalibrate. We're going to have to recalibrate. What Commissioner Rodriguez said about the advocacy in other places, this is essential. This is essential. Not just at the school board of Broward County, but also in Tallahassee. And in terms of going up with the school board to lobby together and to fight together, shoulder to shoulder, we've been proposing that to them for 25 years.
Yeah,
We've been offering that to the school board of Broward County for 25 years.
And we got a
Let's go up there
140% increase out of that,
It's not enough. It doesn't cover our bill.
but it's going up.
But so's the salary. So as this number goes up, that number goes this way, and the gap continues to grow because they need to be paid so that we can hire more of them. So you can't say that, well, what are you gonna do, freeze them? I know you're not saying that. So as they move, these people move, but they're moving a little faster because we have an urgency to bring in officers. And these folks are moving at too slow a pace because of this very conversation, because they hold they hold us hostage to this. There's no better arrangement. If they want to do business with Pembroke Pines, they should pay our cost, and then we wouldn't have this problem. But they refuse. And part of the reason that they refuse is because cities are not insisting on it. And so that's a dynamic that has to be worked on. And 7 of the cities, 8 of the cities, well, it's 9, right? 9 of the cities are already with the Guardian program, and they're saying it's working fine. So part of this, the kids aren't going to be safe. They're telling you, they're the ones under the legal responsibility. They're the ones that own the schools, and they're telling you it works. We might learn something.
They're not the parents.
They're
not the parents.
That might be so. That might be so, but they are also parents. And I can tell you their kids go to these schools. So I think that what we have to do, because school is on Monday, I think that what we should do is go back to the original concept. I thought that original concept would work.
What was already told though is that there's a transition period nevertheless.
Right.
We're gonna have SROs at these schools on Monday.
Right.
No matter what, and we are
matter
not gonna leave until, what I heard was until everything was resolved. So I'm just thinking,
No,
I
not
mean,
until
Commissioner, you were
everything's
talking
resolved.
about maybe pushing this a little bit further
settled.
down the road.
Are you speaking to me? I can't.
Yes,
You're
yes, sir.
to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, because I just don't, I'm telling you, I just think this is moving too fast.
Okay.
I think a little bit of time, stay in the status quo, gives people an opportunity to get to know what a new model is that they can get to trust.
Okay, I'm
And we're
prepared
not going to be
to
expending
motion.
a lot
I
of money
need
to
you
do
to
that.
tell me what you want to see in the motion, and I may not agree with it, but I want to hear what you want. I appreciate everything you said, other than calling me a hypocrite, which is a little weird.
No, I didn't call you hypocrite.
Okay.
I said the concept of
Okay,
doing a roving unit is a little bit hypocritical, not you.
Okay, well.
okay.
I would never do
appreciate
that. You're very,
I appreciate that. I'm trying to land the plane here because
Yes.
to the right, Mr. Gorin is telling me that we may need to either approve this tonight, okay? Because of now, there's 2 sides here. The school board side, we do not control.
Just like I wish we did control it for the reasons annotated. Just like I wish I could control that the Miami Dolphins win the Super Bowl. We can't control that. Over here, we can control the city. So I'm trying to get everything down. This is what I am going, with your permission. I'm going to motion this. Vote it down if you disagree, but I want to at least try. Okay? My motion, and Sam, I'm really going to need you to write this thing.
I'm listening.
Okay? My motion would be to approve this agreement, understanding that there's direction from city manager. We hold every SRO currently in an elementary school in place until the beginning of winter break, which gives us time to then be working with the school district, because I know that you all are going to go back to the superintendent if he's not watching tonight. And I'm going to use that term again. You're going to have a lot of pissed off people here, and what we're asking for is not unreasonable. So
Chief,
giving us that.
Can you live with that? Can you live with that? But you're gonna keep your guardians there, but you're gonna put your guardians there, but there's gonna be a Pembroke Pines police officer under his belt.
Yeah, when you finish, go ahead.
Inviting up Nips to say something tonight. We have a full commitment to the city. We have a great partnership with the City of Pembroke Pines Police Department. Our commitment to the city, our commitment to the residents, our commitment to our students, to our teachers, to our faculty and our staff is to provide the utmost security to the
And
city.
I believe you.
And we will have our guardians in place, and we have no problem with having that partnership in place of having our roving officer, in addition to your Pembroke Pines SROs, in place at the school as well. We have no issue with that.
Here's my reasoning before I lose my train of thought, and then I can't motion, okay? So I am, and I appreciate what you said. Please stay there, because I'm going to ask a question. Approve the agreement contingent on making sure that we provide the manager direction to return to the superintendent and negotiate better terms. Hopefully you all, you have no way to actually have that.
We can't do that. Mr. Mayor, if I may quickly.
Go ahead.
The commissioner, if the motion is to approve the contract as drafted, the other part of the motion is to direct the manager to perform as you just described it. But if you put the word contingency in this document, you don't have an approval.
No,
It's, the motion is separate from the contract. In other words, he's moving the contract
To approve it.
contingent on this other thing that isn't in the contract.
It's
it's
outside the
directed to
contract,
them.
Mr. Mayor.
Right.
That's correct.
It's outside of the contract.
Just to clarify, your
So the
motion,
answer is
if I may,
I
Mayor.
can do this or no?
No, your motion thus far is legally correct. The answer is that the contingency is not
Okay.
contingent to the school board. It's contingent on
No.
how the city
No,
operates its business
Okay, no, I
and
get
staffs SROs and directs the manager accordingly.
approval of the agreement, directions to the manager to return to the superintendent to amend the agreement. They are perfectly capable of doing it. Commissioner Schwartz has spoken to 3 school board members. Hold all Pembroke Pines SROs in place until winter break. And I'm specifically referring to elementary schools because this is not impacting the high schools and the middle schools.
Okay. For the purposes of discussion, is there a second to that motion?
Wait, I'm not done. Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Until winter break, which
Right.
begins, my understanding is December 23rd.
Right.
Okay. Any Pembroke Pines SRO officer who may be displaced post December 23rd would be receiving their 3% special unit pay, if I'm not mistaken, is what it's called,
Yes.
for a minimum of 6 months. Post displacement. I just don't think it's fair that through no fault of their own, if an SRO is displaced post December 23rd, which by the way, folks, we have a long way between then and there, the world changes. There could be a budget, breakthrough as we go vote our budget.
There can be
The
an election.
There could be an election.
Right.
There is an election. There's the fact that the school district may have a different perspective. So many different things can happen. That's my point as to why I'm trying to give a window of time. Okay?
Okay.
Did you get all that?
He's got it.
Are you
Yeah.
saying, you're saying to do what now? To do status
Saying
quo?
we're gonna move on the contract because it doesn't seem reasonable to not be in contract to some point. However, we will maintain the SROs until December, have from now until December to figure out if it's gonna be whatever makeshift thing we got going on, whether we add to the
You're extending
budget
the
or,
status quo with the SRO.
but going
Seven.
with the contract.
Right.
It doesn't mean, and
Yes, sir.
to the public, it doesn't mean.
Hold on, let me get a second so that you can ask your question.
I'm still not understanding.
All right, hold on a second. I've got too many people at once. I need to, the motion's been made. Is there a second for just for discussion?
Let's just report it.
Is there a second for discussion?
Sure.
There's Commissioner Rodriguez seconds the motion. Now you have a question and then I'm going to get to the Vice Mayor. You have a question.
Yes, sir. We just want to get clarification on our end over here regarding your motion, sir. So we're looking to approve the current contract.
Yes.
And the additional officers from Pembroke Pines are just going to volunteer to come to the schools to
Well,
cover.
they're not volunteering. We're paying.
Paying for them.
I understand, but
It's not on your
We're
dime.
paying.
We're just doing it
That's
for
not you.
now so
supplement.
that we can have a conversation with the school board and we have the right to pull them. But for now, we're going to have this conversation
And
with the school.
specific, sir, I forgot your name. I'm sorry. sir.
Alberti.
Okay, Alberti.
Hold on. You clear?
Very clear now, yes,
And I'm
thank you.
specific to
Vice
the
Mayor.
elementary schools is what I am referring to.
Right, in
The
elementary.
9 elementary schools.
Vice Mayor?
So,
Hold on. Go ahead.
so we're gonna do this contract and then we're gonna keep 7 SROs in the schools.
For now,
What do you say, 9?
until.
9 elementary schools. And we're not gonna get reimbursed for any of those 9.
That's,
So I don't understand, that
that's
just,
no different than your
that just,
proposal.
huh?
That was no different than your.
No, it has a lot to do with what I'm proposing.
Okay, but this is
Because
the motion.
at least my proposal, we would have been reimbursed up to
Okay.
$108,000 a year,
Okay, but.
which would have meant that we would only be spending $50,000 per SRO, not $175,000
I-
that's just been proposed.
I don't disagree,
I
but
can't
that's the proposal that's been made. That is the proposal that's been made. The other way with the roving unit, there were other trade-offs. It was a deployment issue. But this is the motion that's been made and it's been seconded.
My concern to Vice Mayor Goods, you didn't like the roving, and I'm
I'm
asking.
trying to accommodate you because you didn't like the
You
roving.
didn't, you realize I'm reacting to you. You did not like the roving idea. I
Right.
know you didn't call me. a
Because
hypocrite, but
you're putting 4 rovers on at $175,000
I said up
each,
to
and you're
6.
not getting any reimbursement for them.
Well,
So that's the point.
But-
So we're arguing about the dollars, and it sounds like we're adding a whole heck of a lot
the
more
whole-
dollars to a
Vice Mayor,
situation
but
just
the-
to appease this
Vice
contract.
Mayor, the whole point that we're discussing, and I
Yeah.
just said it,
Yeah.
okay? This is not under our control anymore, okay? So what the city
Well-
can do is at least give a
What
period
is
where those
under
SROs do not leave. We cannot magically make the superintendent and Broward County Public Schools write another check to us. So I'm trying to find the middle ground. I pulled the idea of roving unit because you criticized it. I mean, make up your mind. I'll put it right back in.
I think the roving unit was a better idea, but that's the motion that's been
I
made.
think what I'm trying to make a point on is that we have an opportunity to have all of our schools with Pembroke Pines SROs, and it costs us no more than 200,000 extra a year because of the fact that we're able to free up $400,000 that is currently being used for charter school SROs, which will now be paid for out of that $13 million that we just got.
We can't
So-
pay it out of that.
Yes, you can.
I keep explaining to you, you can't pay it out of that.
You
That
can.
money has to
Yes, you
stay
can.
in the charter schools.
It is staying in a charter school because it's paying the charter school SROs.
Right, and now you're swapping one deficit for another in the
No,
police budget.
no, you're not. You're
Okay.
just
All right,
moving your
so-
general fund money.
I motioned, Maria seconded it.
The
Commissioner
motion has been made. Is there
Well,
any
I-
further discussion?
Yes, the discussion is legally, what is there for us to do in the sense of, can we simply continue in the status quo, not do anything about this contract? What is the, I guess, risk of doing that? And then the school board simply saying.
When we get to the school board, they're gonna laugh their ass off.
Well, I don't know about that.
That's what- that's what's gonna
I
happen.
don't think
They're
that,
gonna,
because they cannot
they're
treat
gonna
us
say, they're
any
gonna say,
differently.
you guys folded.
They've
and-
already,
Guys,
they've already,
we can't hear you guys. There's somebody.
but they've already set it up, you know, with a $108,000 a year reimbursement. We accept that, and that's the end of it. For the year.
That's not the end of it.
Well,
That's the
Well-
deficit.
well,
Do we know that, and the question probably
I
has
don't know,
already
maybe
been
they are
asked,
smarter than us.
would they allow us to do that simply for a year?
excuse me?
Would they allow us to simply do that for a year? And I am with you, Tom. I'm sorry, Commissioner. We're all in this like between a rock and a hard place because we have emotional parents telling us, we have emotions up here, we have like everybody else like in this in between. Would we be willing to move forward knowing that this contract, at least to us, is rather flexible and we can adapt and come back with other offers?
You can.
Or are we simply going to take the risk that they just don't pay us out on anything?
I don't think that there is that risk of them not paying us anything. I really, really don't. I don't think that,
But I
I
have a
think they know
question
too.
there. I have a question.
Vice Mayor, they told us straightforward, we will not pay you a nickel more because.
Than everybody else. But we're
That's
still
right.
gonna get $108,000.
But our cost structure is different than other people.
Yeah,
And
and
if
so,
our cost structure, I'm not.
so let me ask you, if,
Criticizing other cities,
so,
but our cost structure, it doesn't work.
so why can't we consider this?
Who has the floor?
The Vice Mayor does.
So why can't we consider something where we take this current contract as it is, right? What we do is year one, we stay status quo. Year two, we go to the model that they want to do. But that gives everybody time to either, because what happens is if we go status quo, we all get together and we try to figure this out in terms of whether we can get funding and what is the appropriate model. It gives us time because we have at least another legislative session between now and the end of, or the start of the next school year. And we also have the ability for the school board staff to, engage us at the school so they can start getting to know the people and they get to know them. I mean, I think there's a transition period. Just doing it abruptly like this is the hard part to get over right now.
But would we be willing to go with this in the case that we change the term up to the fact that they will pay us 108? Are we comfortable with that?
For this year, we should be, because like I said, the only thing that's going to impact us is it's not going to be a $600,000 deficit. It'll be a $200,000 deficit.
I don't.
And how bad is that for us to give the trust to the people, to us?
I
to do
don't,
the right
no,
thing?
I think the
Okay.
trust of the people doesn't have a cost, and I don't agree with the math there, but I see what you're saying, and I just don't know if we can go with this contract to have, some kind of bargaining power to move forward. And if they have an election August 20th, please go vote for your school board member. And then have a conversation, like continue the conversation.
But I think if you enter a contract
we
right
gotta-
now,
we gotta
as
bring
it
this in.
is,
We gotta bring
you
this
have
in
no
for a landing.
negotiating power.
We gotta bring this
I
in
think
for
we
a
need to
landing.
leave that open right now.
Okay, we gotta bring
my
this in for a
point
landing.
was-
Last comment, and we're voting.
Yeah,
No,
one last.
I have not spoken on the.
Okay, I'll give you one chance, but it can't be
Wait.
on and on.
Do you want to go?
It's getting
before me?
late. We got a whole agenda to do. Let's go. Commissioner Hernandez.
Oh, okay. My whole point is to give us time. And from what I have spoken to the city attorney about before, is if we do not approve this, although we want to partner with them, they could, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gorin, they could actually, as we saw in here, they haven't approved it themselves, they could change the terms. That's my problem. At least you have legal security in the sense that we have something
Okay.
here and we are able to keep our SROs. I don't think folks are understanding what my proposal is. No SRO in elementary schools move before December 23rd.
Just remember, the last 2 years, we've been operating without a contract.
Yeah,
And
and,
so
we'll have one
this
now.
will continue,
That's
and so
terrible,
this
though.
can still happen.
but I can't speak for the last 2 years, Vice Mayor. I wasn't even here when you all voted.
Okay,
for
all right,
this.
all right. Commissioner Schwartz, and then we're voting.
All right. I don't want to personalize this, but Commissioner Rodriguez, it's not about feelings and emotions. It's about the law and the terms in which we're about to enter into a legal contract that's in front of us. And that legal contract is a 2-year non-negotiation. None. They're going to take that thing and they're going to run with it. And they're going to hold it up and say, well, we have a few things going on here. We're going to pay for 4 SROs, Pembroke Pines, wearing the patch SROs at Flanagan and West Broward. That's it. We have nothing in for our middle schools. We have a promise to do our best, but I don't need another broken promise program. I need to have contractual language that confirms that we're going to have an arresting, law enforcement, fully constitutional, wearing a badge officer from the time that bell rings until it goes from start to finish. We don't have that at all in the agreement. And we now have this roving proposal, and the vice mayor is dead on point. We create you can say that we're redistributing assets, but we're also not being reimbursed.
Okay,
So,
let's bring it in.
so
Time to vote.
please, this is really, really, really bad government. Vote no.
Okay, we're done. Thank you very much for everything. It's time to vote. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor, on
Yes.
the main motion?
On the amendment,
On the amendment.
and the amendment was
No,
it was a replacement?
it's, first of all, we have to take the amendment,
Okay.
and then we'll have the motion as amended. So the amendment is basically direction. Okay? It's
Okay.
not in the contract.
Okay.
And then we will vote on the contract as amended. So on the amendment, call the roll, please.
Mayor,
Yeah.
yeah, please.
Can you repeat it?
You're not amending the contract. You are
No,
actually providing
it's,
direction.
Direction.
I want to
So-
be clear because the contract is the contract.
Okay,
It's
so
segregable.
the motion is direction, and then we'll have the contract.
Thank you, Mayor.
Right, on
Commissioner
direction.
Hernandez?
Could we, before I want it read.
Yeah.
I want it read in.
Yeah. What?
I know you were taking notes. I just want to be very clear
Just
as
restate the
to
amendment.
Please
how
read the
to
amendment,
word
the direction.
Direction to, while holding all the SROs on staff holding all the SROs in place until the winter break
In elementary
in
school.
the elementary schools up until December 20th. And return to the superintendent return to conversations with the superintendent for further discussion. And the SRO displaced will receive their 3% minimum for 6 months.
6 months.
Everybody got it?
Yeah, but I got a question on that though. So the direction.
Vice
it's
Mayor,
not-
it's 11 o'clock.
It's
Come on,
not,
let's go.
well, so it's not an amendment, it's a direction, and a direction only happens if the main motion passes. Is that
That's correct. But we're voting on the direction.
Okay, on the
Okay.
direction, I can handle that. On the main.
We're voting on the direction, and then the contract will come up clean as written. Okay? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hernandez,
on my motion, yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
We're going to go yes on the amendment.
It's direction.
Yes on direction, but it's a part of the main motion. I'll vote that one down.
Well, the direction will already be given and it'll fall into place. You
As
can
the-
vote against
As
the
the main motion
main
is amended, correct.
Continue, please.
I didn't get the vote.
Vice Mayor's next.
Yeah, I should.
Can we have order, please?
Yes on this. Thank you.
Madam Clerk,
Vice Mayor Good,
On a direction, okay, yes.
Mayor Castillo.
yes. So the direction is clear. Now on the main motion.
As amended.
Now, you told me not at the
Well,
main.
it's segregable, that's correct. So now the main motion will be clean.
Okay, the main motion is clean. Call the roll.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Reluctantly, yes.
Vice Mayor Good,
No.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
No.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Thank you. No.
Mayor Castillo,
No.
motion fails.
And I'd like simply to say thank you for
I
saying
voted,
thank
I
you,
have voted no.
Commissioner Schwartz, but we all make our own decisions and I
Yeah,
think.
let's not have this banter, okay? I have voted no so that I can make a motion to reconsider. School starts on Monday and we have no contract for security. So I'm gonna make a motion to reconsider so that we can go through this again. Is there a second?
To reconsider.
To reconsider this just last vote. That's the reason I voted no. So I can
I
be on the
will- I will
prevailing
vote-
side.
I will vote to reconsider.
Okay. Is there any discussion on reconsideration? Madam Clerk, please call the roll to reconsider. Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
For reconsideration, yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
No.
Commissioner Schwartz,
No.
Vice Mayor Good,
No. Okay, the next item on the
So,
agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we're still done with
Yeah,
this.
we're-
I
No,
think-
we're done with it.
I think
We're
we
done with
still-
it. We have rejected your contract.
So
There is no
I think,
contract
I
on the
think we
agenda.
now can move forward with,
With what?
moving forward with
With what?
making,
Another motion.
a
Change-
motion
you-
that we continue with what the status quo was and
That-
allow staff.
That contract is not
Well,
before
okay, how
us.
about this then? How about we go back to the school board with a
We-
contract similar to the one that we just
We-
approved for
That
23,
contract is not
24?
before us. It would have to be advertised. It's not before us. The next item is item
It can be
29.
done, so I made a motion.
The item, it's out of order. It's out of order. We don't have a contract before us. You guys have rejected the contract. It's time to move
I have a
on.
question for the
Item
city attorney.
29,
City
city
attorney.
attorney, please read. Kindly stop interrupting the meeting. Let's move on.
Thank
Item 29, second reading ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner.
Thank you.
Item 29 is a motion to pass proposed ordinance number 2024-14 on second and final reading. It is an ordinance of the city of Pembroke Pines, Florida, amending chapter 152 of the city's code of ordinances entitled Flood Damage Protection by specifically amending section 152.010, providing an update to the. effective
Hold on a
date-
second. Folks, please be quiet on the way out. Thank you very much for your participation. Please
Providing-
continue, 29.
Providing an update to the effective date of the flood insurance study and flood insurance rate maps, providing for codification, providing for conflict severability, providing for effective date, and a public hearing, Mr. Mayor. Item number 29 on the floor.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion on item 29?
So moved.
Moved by the vice mayor. Is there a second?
I'm sorry,
Second.
Mayor, we have too much noise. I couldn't hear.
I hear a second from Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion on item 29? Hearing none. Clerk will call the roll.
Public hearing, Mr. Mayor.
Huh?
You need a public hearing. It's second public.
Oh,
hearing.
is there a public hearing?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, sir.
Anybody wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo,
Yes.
motion passes.
Item 30.
The record permit number 2024. Number 30, Mayor, may I read, please? Number 30, the record is a motion to pass proposed ordinance number 2024-08 on first reading, which is an ordinance of the city of Pembroke Pines, Florida, amending chapter 155 of the Land Development Code of the city of Pembroke Pines by amending section 155.401 entitled zoning map to amend the city zoning district map to rezone an approximate 9-acre parcel of land generally located north of Pembroke Road and east of Douglas Road, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, from C1 references commercial with restrictive covenants to C1 with updated restrictive covenants as set forth and incorporated in Exhibit B, providing for codification, providing for conflict severability, and providing for an effective date.
Is there a
First
motion?
reading.
So moved.
Moved by the vice mayor. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
I believe Hope, or no, never
Mr.
mind.
Stam.
Mr. Stamp. So just out of curiosity, and I think somebody has already like explained that to me, but just so I can move forward on this. I was not on the dais, but in the audience when they voted to create the SNID.
No, different
Sorry.
item. Mike Sam, Assistant City Manager. Commissioner, this is 29. That's
Different
this is
item.
30. You're thinking about 31.
Oh,
This is
Different item.
30. So this is the a rezoning for the
never
property
mind.
on
My
Pembroke and
question is for
Douglas.
31.
No problem.
Any further discussion on item 30? Hearing none. Any from the public? Clerk will call the roll.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo,
Yes, and by your vote, this item is adopted. Item 31.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner. The second and final reading of that item will be coming up September the 4th. Item 31, if you may read, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
This motion to pass proposed ordinance number 2024-09 on first reading. It's ordinance of the City of Pembroke Pines, Florida, repealing ordinance number 2010, thereby dissolving the Pembroke Shores Property Owners Association Neighborhood Improvement District, directing the city clerk to record a copy of the dissolution in the public records of Broward County and to provide a copy to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, providing for conflict, severability, providing for an effective date. Number 31 on the floor, Mayor.
Is there a
31.
motion?
So moved.
Moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second?
Yes.
Seconded by Commissioner Hernandez. Any discussion?
Rodriguez.
I'm so sorry. Commissioner Rodriguez. Any discussion on?
Yes, yes, Mayor.
I just wanted a simple explanation as to why, and don't take this the wrong way, we put so much time into creating the SNID and then it's dissolved. I just wanted to
Okay.
understand maybe for
So-
future reference.
Okay, so the story is that this was created for the purpose of being able to convey the roads to the community. It has served its purpose. The community now has the roads. They don't really want this. This was the vehicle to convey it to them, and they've asked us to get rid of it.
So then it goes back to so it goes from the SNID to the HOA.
Yeah, the roads are already in the hands of the HOA.
Is this how it would be done in any other community?
This statute has now been repealed.
As of July the 1st, there can be no more SNIDs. They're
That-
disallowed under state
That
law.
train left the station.
Didn't
And it-
get that in
Left
the
the state.
report, I suppose.
And I know exactly what you're thinking, and I was thinking about it for years, but the train left the station. So we don't know what the answers for that might be. Okay, any further discussion on item 31?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mr. Stam, you're not an attorney, so I'm gonna go to Ms. Calhoun, who I haven't seen in a while. How you doing, Hope? Well,
Good evening, Hope Calhoun. He's probably smarter, so he could probably
so I'm
answer
gonna be as
better.
quickly as possible because
Yes, sir.
we have an 11:30, need to make a motion to extend the meeting coming up. So the state of Florida repealed this, right? What would have happened had it not closed, had it not come to a conclusion before this state law would go into effect, or essentially they wouldn't have been able to get the gates, the roads, and the whole 9 yards?
So the state of Florida repealed the ability to create SNID. They didn't really repeal our particular SNID, so ours would probably have just continued until we decided
Anything that
not
was
to.
grandfathered isn't touched by anything moving forward we can't do. Is that right?
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Grandfathered in provision, right? If it's
I would
already in
assume.
place.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, to answer the commissioner.
Yeah.
If the SNID was in effect before July the 1st, it could stay in effect legally.
Yeah, so here's what really, I think it's a legal term they use, something like that. So here we thought we were going to be able to do other things, Vice Mayor Good, throughout, I don't know, districts 1 and 2, and now that's no longer an option. Imagine that.
waited too long.
Is that right?
Waited way too long. This should have been done years ago. That's what happens when you delay. You
Well,
lose.
it wasn't available. Well, you know what?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Any other questions on
I
this
guess, I
item?
guess Vice Mayor again, I should have gotten off our chair and did something about it earlier then, I guess. Thank you, Ms. Calhoun. Good to see you.
Good to see all of you and meet.
Anything further on item 31? Clerk, will call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Good,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Schwartz,
Yes.
Mayor Castillo,
Yes.
motion passes.
Second and
Item-
final reading, Mayor, will be on September the 4th in these chambers. Next up is 32.
I'd like to defer item 32, to the next meeting.
Need a
Is there a
motion,
second?
Mayor. Mayor, you need a motion.
Is there a second? Second by the vice mayor. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This will be on the next agenda, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Regular agenda.
For the record, Mayor, item number 33 is discussion on possible action to change the October 2, 2024 City Commission meeting due to a religious holiday conflict and recommending that the meeting be on Wednesday, October 9, 2024 for commission approval.
Let me guess, Rosh Hashanah, right?
Could be.
Yeah. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to see this, the October 9th would actually be still 2 meetings in October. City Manager, can we combine October and just into 1 meeting? Is that doable? And just have it on the, without having to change the advertising date of the second meeting of October? Have that
Commissioner, we're gonna
combined?
need 2 meetings in October because, we're gonna have, strategic plan and we're also gonna have, potentially the carryover depending on how our conversation goes in charter review. So we're gonna need 2 meetings in October.
Well, I think commission meetings versus workshops or special meetings are 2 different things. I'm talking about the ordinary role of business, advertising, P and Z and that sort of thing. Can we
That's not,
combine? Can we
that's not
combine?
what the item is. The item is moving the commission meeting.
I know what the item is. I'm asking the
Okay.
manager if we can combine it. Because this is the first time I'm hearing about the
I
other.
mean, I can't make the 9th. I cannot make the 9th.
Okay, is
Have
there
a-
another date, Mr. Manager?
The 16th.
It's up to you, Commissioner. You could do it on the 8th. You could do it on any day. We just
If I can't
kept
do
it on a Wednesday, so it's your call.
16th sounds good.
Okay. The meeting would have been on the 2nd, right? Let's see.
I'll move October.
Hold on 1 second, please. So the meeting would have been on Wednesday, the 2nd. The 9th is no good. How about the 8th?
Oh, but I can do any other day.
I can do the 8th. Can everybody do the 8th, Tuesday?
There's a conflict with any other,
County commission meeting that day, according to my calendar, but I could be wrong.
And you need to be there?
No, but I'm saying, is there any conflict? Oh, no, that's just a.
That's only in September.
Okay,
Is there any problem with the 8th? Going once?
that's fine.
Can I have a motion? Move it to the 8th?
Motion to the 8th?
Okay, Vice Mayor makes a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second? Any discussion? Hearing none. Any from the public? None. All those in favor of moving it to the 8th, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the meeting is going to be on the 8th. Please email us. Thank you. That handles regular agenda. Commissioner Schwartz, do you want to do your item tonight or do you want to lay it over like I laid over my item?
well, I want to do it tonight.
Okay, let's go.
Well, do we have any reports of the league and manager and city attorney?
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay, I'll go for it.
Hold on, we're going to do that first. I just wanted to ask you a question. Reports of the league? Any reports? I know we got the conference coming up.
I did go to the women's conference and had heard a conversation that I'm going to kind of carry over to our chief of police and our chief of fire if we're not already doing this, but it's simply something about firefighters being trained to be able to respond to domestic abuse calls. There's a lot going on, but just to kind of say that in the future, you might hear me talk about that, and it's regarding one of the conferences that I went to for women through the League of Cities.
Okay. Anything else on the league? I know
The-
I know their conference is coming up next week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Florida League, right? So who's going?
I'm going. She's going to represent us.
Okay, so you're
She's
gonna
gonna
be
be
there,
the
you're gonna be
voting
there
rep.
for the voting luncheon?
I'll be there for the whole thing.
Yeah, you're gonna get, well, take advantage of the hours for the year. If you haven't done your 8 with Sam, that'll be, let's say you turn it rather. I don't like to use first names on live TV.
Report to the city manager.
No items, Mayor.
Report to the city attorney.
38 seconds, Mayor. The Con Ed case, the judge ruled in favor of the city of Pembroke Pines on a motion for partial summary judgment. Con Ed breached the contract. We're going to go back to mediation in September or potentially go to trial, but hopefully we'll be able to now resolve the case because the judge ruled in the city's favor. That's number one. Number two, the Calix case, which is the charter school litigation that's been pending for some period of time, goes to trial. Mr. Dodge and I will be in court beginning August the 19th, a 4-day plus jury trial. And we'll brief you more offline, but privately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, Woods, your item.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quickly as possible. I have one item under old business. Discussion possible action to establish the August 21st, 2024 meeting to create a policy for nonprofit city financial contributions that directly benefit Pembroke Pines residents. The policy would be used by city administration to line item the organizations in the city budget. The policy would need to include a commissioner-driven criteria and present it to the administration prior to the adoption of the fiscal year budget. Recommend the item be placed on the 21st agenda to allow city commission members enough time to review all contributions in the past 12 years. If you recall back in June, we had an item for a sponsorship, and I said that I was going to go ahead and bring it back for discussions that we can actually put in the budget, the nonprofits that are qualified for that fiscal year. And then once that window closes, that window's closed. This way we don't have the back and forth, of add-ons and that sort of thing.
Commission, what's your pleasure? Do you want to see a proposal like this come back on the 21st?
It will be us. We would actually create the policy, right? So I would like to have my colleagues review the past 12 years of nonprofits that we've contributed to. I think the United Way is a no-brainer. We have we have the Prestige Club and the United Way and that sort of thing, which has been part of the city budget for years. But there's other organizations that may want to come forward and they need to apply. We shouldn't really put it on an agenda to ask for a $5,000 item and vice versa without knowing anything about the organizations in advance.
Yes,
So
sir.
you want to add an application process?
Pretty
to
much, yeah.
whoever
Yeah.
asked for a grant. But what did you say about, not, like, if it closes, it closes? What do you mean?
Meaning that whatever policy we, the five of us determine, that's what the city manager will need to follow, right? So I don't want to get too far ahead of it, but the way I see it is we have a list of those that we've always contributed to. We have those Fathers MIA, for example. We've been, that's a new relationship that doesn't go back 12 years. They're a new organization, but we're happy to support them. I just think that there are some organizations that they go to the website. If you want to apply, it's an application process. And so that it gives administration the opportunity to vet the benefit of that organization before dollars get put out.
But what is this limit of, is it per commission meeting? Is it per year?
For the year, for the whole year. Because the manager has a line item. So if he puts, let's say $50,000 in the hole for that, he doesn't know how many organizations are going to be picking at the 50,000.
I understand, but I also think that there's a lot of other organizations that either, I wouldn't say come out of the blue, but organizations that might come up to us that we may like to support that don't fall within that year. Like I wouldn't want a high school or something to come up to us and say like, hey, can you sponsor us? And we say, sorry, you have to wait a year.
Well, so what I do is I take it out of my office account. And I know that's what the money is for, right? So, there's ways that we can support the community without asking for, 3, 4, 5 votes of the city commission. That's all I'm saying.
The way we had, I thought, and maybe, Commissioner, I misunderstood, but I thought we had formed a consensus that the way this was going to proceed now was that it wasn't going to be on the agenda because the amounts involved typically fall within the manager's discretion. That if a commissioner had wanted to sponsor a particular thing, that they went to the manager and they asked for it, that we would all be informed, and that if anyone objected, then it had to go on the agenda. But
Well,
otherwise, it would be handled administratively.
Well, let's create that policy then. But right now, we don't have anything.
He may very well come back to us with that policy, because that's been workable. And so long as we commit, and so long as we as elected officials don't go over the top with the thing, it's workable.
I don't feel comfortable going, I understand where you're coming from. I just don't feel comfortable in the sense that somebody might come out and, ask, and maybe some of us are lucky enough to not have spent through our budget for our office account, but I wasn't one of them. I spent through the whole thing.
Right.
So if I wanted to support something that I understood would help the rest of our community, I just wouldn't do that because I don't have an office account.
I was tasked to bring it back. I was asked to bring it back. This is how I'm bringing it back. I think we need to have, on the 21st, we can wrap it up discussion.
Well, I mean,
Just take a look at, all I'm asking you to do is look at the last 12 years of who we've donated to. That's all.
yeah,
That's all I'm asking
Okay.
right now.
a consensus, he'll come back to us with some ideas and with a list. We have consensus. Is there anything else on, old business?
Old
new
business, yes, Mayor. I'd like to bring up, the SRO Broward County 2025, 2026 agreement with the SRO, with the Broward County School Board.
Okay,
I would, it's the same one that's on our agenda right now. It's item 28. And I would like to, provide, the manager, direction.
we've already provided them direction.
I'd like to hear my motion.
Okay.
I'd like to provide the manager direction to, request that the Broward County School Board elected officials vote on the city, on their city, on their administrator, their superintendent's, document, and then it come back to the city of Pembroke Pines.
Can we ask them to do that? Can we put things on their agenda?
We can request that they consider the
No.
draft that was just in front of us.
But you didn't like the draft, so why are we
So I
gonna
don't,
put it to them?
understand. I don't understand.
Did it- like,
Well,
you
because the
just
school
voted-
board has never had an opportunity to debate it. They've never even seen it.
Right,
I want to,
don't
yeah,
debate it now.
the request is going to be is to send it downtown for them to,
I think the
consider.
direction should be that we send Mr. Dodge downtown anyways, because we need to get to a contract.
I have to tell you, we've sent Mr. Dodge downtown enough.
I think
I think
we
that if we
can
send
send.
them downtown again, they may put a big
What if
red
we
nose on them.
send him after
That's why he's
August
got the big
20th when
name on the
there's
building.
School board elections.
okay, so my motion is the following. Direct the city manager to request the superintendent of Broward County Schools to place item 28 on the school board agenda.
He can't. We said no to it.
It should be something different. It should
Yeah, it
at
should be
least be,
something different.
it should be like the
Work with me,
23,
Vice Mayor.
it should be like
Tell
the
me-
23, 24 year for 1 year.
Mr. Mayor, if we give him the interruption, but it's 11:30, we need to move to extend the meeting under the code.
I'll make a motion, move to extend.
Is there a second to extend the meeting?
For like
I'll
5
second it. Okay, I have a better motion. Request the superintendent to bring back the May 1st language.
Mayor, is there consensus to continue the meeting? Because the record needs to reflect that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mayor, are you comfortable? Mayor,
Sorry?
to extend the meeting, you don't have a motion?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you got that?
Okay. Continuing, to request that the superintendent provide the city of Pembroke Pines the May 1st document for years 2 and 3.
Second.
Is there a second? Any further discussion on that item?
I'm sorry, I was not on the dais. Are
So
we referring
He
to
wants
this?
to bring back the item that was the original 3-year contract. I guess it's a 2-year contract that puts us in each of the SROs, that puts them all back into the, it undoes their whole thing. And it pays for at their rate of pay. So we will work for them at their directed rate of pay for the next 2 years.
Just
And can we just do it
Didn't
for a
you all-
year, not a 2
Wait,
years?
Mr. Vice Mayor, 1 second. I need
Sorry.
clarification. Didn't you all vote unanimously to go to the school district?
Yeah.
Because you didn't like the agreement on May 1?
That's correct. Commissioner Schwartz pulled it. He was vociferous about it. And we took it. He said it was horrible. I agreed with him. He said he was in lockstep with me on it. Based on that, no one else objected. The vice mayor said, I prefer a face-to-face meeting. Mr. Dodge arranged the face-to-face meeting.
Is my
We
motion in order, Mayor?
Excuse me, we
But I wanted to be
negotiate.
in that face-to-face. I didn't get a chance.
Oh, so you want to workshop with them? We can do that.
Yes.
Maybe that's the move.
I'll make a motion to have a workshop with the Brevard County. School
Ah,
Board.
now we're talking. Mr. Manager, would you do me a favor and, is this unanimous? And tell him that we have unanimously, agreed that we'd like to have a workshop with all of the school board, to discuss.
Wait, school board
SRO.
members or school board?
Elected
The school
officials.
board of Broward County.
Elected officials.
Okay, I assume, Commissioner, you mean after August 20th, because some of them may not even be there after August 20th.
Well, we'll see
have
if they
elections.
even grant it.
No, no,
But
sir.
let's,
No.
let's
Anyone
ask
who's
for
there-
a
there through
workshop
November, sir.
with the school board. Okay?
They're there through the general.
Anything else?
Until the 19th of November.
Anything else?
Mayor,
Okay,
that-
we're adjourned. Thank
Well, we'll have
you.
to schedule it.
Pretty good.
Okay.